I say everybody open up, open up, open up, open up.
Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, Her Excellency.
Amaji, Amaji.
While Her Excellency walk to take her seat, we ask the journalists to please clear the aisle.
Go and sit down behind it. Then you stop and go and sit down. Play a stop.
Thank you. You may please have your seats.
So, folks, we are here at the Torgbean Island where the president of Barbados has just left the Monrovia City Corporation, and she's here on an official visit and a tourist guide tour here at the Providence Island. So, want to say this is Latar FM and TV. You can follow our live broadcast also on www.lataronlineradio. We now go on to Napoleon, the master of ceremony.
This is going to be a short interaction with you and the president of Barbados. I actually decided to go through all of your phones. Please ask your questions, let it be precise and straight to the point so that you will have a good understanding and a good session. I'll now call to the podium Assistant Minister of American Affairs, Foreign Affairs, with the welcome remarks. Minister, proceed.
The most honorable Her Excellency Ben Sanvee, President of Barbados, Mr. Jeremy Matthew Pia, Minister of Information, Culture and Tourism, members of the President delegation here in Liberia, Deputy Minister of Internal Affairs, Madam Ellen Pratt, and all other government officials here present, the youth and student community, members of the Fourth Estate, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. I am delighted on behalf of the Minister of Foreign Affairs, Her Excellency Sarah Desnoyanti, to welcome you to the famous Providence Island that hosts historical significance in Liberia as one of the first successful settlement of free American slaves returning to Africa to find a home of freedom and liberty. Without much ado, allow me to declare this youth engagement on environmental science officially open. Thank you for having me.
Now I'm inviting Mr. Ezekiel Yanko, youth-led from Youth-led Solutions, Liberia Time and Crisis.
Distinguished guests, we have the youth of Liberia. I would like to highlight some of the climate initiatives that Liberian youth have been embarking on over the years. Our country, as Barbados, is vulnerable to the impact of climate change, and therefore the issue of climate resilience and youth participation in addressing climate crisis is very much important to Liberia. The government of Liberia, along with CSOs, have been hugely involved the past few months in creating the Liberian National Determined Contribution, the NDC, under the Paris Agreement. We held a 3-day youth dialogue to identify women, youth, and persons with disability priorities in Liberia NDC 2.0. And this dialogue created a policy framework that the government of Liberia, through the Environmental Protection Agency, is currently using as a reference to include youth, women, and persons with disability issues in climate change. Also, young people of Liberia all sit there and working in Liberia communities, addressing the issue of plastic pollution, addressing restoration of mangroves, addressing the issue of young people involvement in policy issue through negotiation. Many young people sit there have attended series of international climate change dialogue, including COP27, 28, 29, and they are serving as youth climate negotiators under the Ministry of Environment or the Environmental Protection Agency of Liberia. Therefore, we welcome this engagement with your country, and some of us, we have been involved with youth from Barbados over the years, and we have been working on programs. But we are hopeful that this engagement will not only be a dialogue, but will yield a fruitful programs or mechanism on how Liberian youth working in the CSP, in the climate change space, can meaningfully engage with the youth of Barbados to increase awareness, participation, and meaningful youth engagement in climate change issue. Thank you very much for having me. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ezekiel Yanko. I would now like to invite from the EPA, Environmental Protection Agency, Mr. Teddy P. Taylor, who will speak about Liberia Barbados Youth Climate Solidarity Statement. He will give a statement.
Madam President, Her Excellency, the Most Honorable Ben Sanvee, President of Barbados, Ministers of Government of the Republic of Liberia, members of the Diplomatic Corps, youth and students, ladies and gentlemen. We, the youth of Liberia, gathered in this historic community and shared purpose, extend our heartfelt solidarity to Her Excellency, the Most Honorable Ben Sanvee, President of Barbados, and the vibrant youth of the Caribbean. As youth living on the front line of the global climate crisis, one of the greatest challenges of our time were rising of courage, conviction, and collaboration. Our nations, Liberia and Barbados, though separated by vast waters, are united by a common history of resilience, a shared struggle for survival, and a deep desire to protect our future. This joint solidarity statement marks a new chapter of the Afro-Caribbean Youth Partnership of Climate Justice, Resilience, and Leadership. It reflects our aspirations, outline our shared reality, and declare our united commitment to shaping the sustainable world. Barbados, a small island developing state, is grappling with intensified hurricanes, sea level rise, coastal erosion, and water insecurity. Its very existence is under the threat from climate-induced ocean changes, endangering homes, health, and the island economy. Liberia, located on the west coast of Africa, faces climate-induced challenges such as sea level rise, unpredictable weather patterns, food insecurity, and biodiversity loss. Rising tides are washing away our community in West Point, Nukuta, Atlanta Street in Dikano, the Mississippi Street in San County, Greenville, while inland farmers are struggling to adapt to the changing rate cycle. Both our nations, though wide apart, are bearing the disproportionate brunt of the crisis within that us. We are witnessing the destruction of our ecosystems, the displacement of our communities, and increasing hardship of young people. Yet, our story are filled with hope, innovation, and a wavering spirit to act. As young people in Liberia and Barbados, we are not waiting on the sideline. We are educators, mobilizers, community leaders, climate negotiators, and green innovators. In Liberia, the youth are leading mangrove restoration efforts, climate education campaigns, tree planting movements like the 1 Million Tree Project. Youth-led organizations are engaged in climate policy, implementing school awareness drives and influencing national dialogue on adaptation and mitigation. In Barbados, the government has made youth engagement in climate change a national priority through initiatives like the Barbados Youth Climate Action Summit, empowering young people with the knowledge and tools for advocacy, the National Youth Parliament Climate Debate, which enables young people and young leaders to influence climate legislation discussion. The Future of Barbados project involving young people in re-imaging a climate resilient economy. And the youth engagement through the Ministry of Environment and National Beautification, and look at the integration of youth in the Barbados National Adaptation Plan and Renewable Energy Transition Strategy. These initiatives are creating platforms for Barbadonians in this initiative are creating platforms for Barbadians to actively contribute to national policy, green innovation, community level resilience building. We believe that youth-led climate action is not supplementary, it is essential. When empowered, young people offer transformative solutions, rooted in creativity, resilience, and justice. Together, we reaffirm that youth are not just leaders of tomorrow, we are their conscience and catalysts of the day. We stand ready to work deeper in a deeper collaboration as youth from both nations. Our commitment are not symbolic, it is strategic, urgent, and action-oriented. We call on the government of Liberia. That's the reason why the Environmental Protection Agency of Liberia and the government extension at large is magnanimous to have a youth and climate change coordinator to coordinate the affairs of young people engaged in climate change. We want to make sure that we institutionalize the youth participation in national climate policy making including the implementation of our national adaptation plan and the nationally determined contribution. We want to strengthen bilateral cooperation in climate education, youth leadership training, sustainable development between two countries. We want to support youth-led climate programs through national budget, mentorship, and policy engagement platform. We want to make sure as national leaders and civil society organizations that run the table in Liberia, we want to make sure that young people want to foster youth to youth partnership between Liberia and Barbados in climate justice, coastal conservation, environmental science, and green innovation. We want to also build safe space for intergenerational dialogue on climate risks, resilience, and solution. Also promote cultural exchange and storytelling to amplify our life experiences and solutions on national and international platform. Madam President, thank you very much for this state visit. We want to use this platform to encourage substance exchange between both nations. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Taylor, for your statement on your climate solidarity. Thank you, Mr. Nyenwolo, for the climate crisis and solution. I'm sure the President and her entourage have listened to you attentively, and because of limited time in the schedule, would like to ask protocol to please come and arrange a group photo with the youth and the President, and before we have our President. I'm so sorry.
Thank you. Youth of Liberia will have the opportunity to take a group photo with Her Excellency in our entourage at our national tree there. So, on that note, please, the youth, can you go there for the group photo, and then Her Excellency will join you later afterward.
So, folks, there you have it there. The President of Barbados, Her Excellency Sandra Myean, will now take a group photo with the student community, members of FLY, members of Linsu, and members of the EPA, especially environmentalists, especially students at at Vera University. So, alongside the president of Barbados is the Minister of Information, Culture, and Tourism, Minister Jolly Matthew Pierre, who is also here. We saw the Assistant Minister for Americans Affairs, Minister Tere. We're seeing the Deputy Minister of Culture. She's also here, and a host of other government officials who are here in giving a guided tour to the President of Barbados, Excellency Dr. Sandra Myean. Earlier on today, she was at the Monrovia City Corporation, where the President of the Republic of Liberia, President Joseph Boakai, had an honoring in section on her behalf, and the President spoke about the long-standing relationship between Barbados and Liberia. And lest you forget, Liberia have produced 3 presidents, 2 elected presidents, and 1 interim president who have had a Barbados heritage. You have Eldon Barclay, Arthur Barclay, and our interim president, Charles Julie Bryant. Those are men who had Barbados heritage. So the president is here uh, on a 3-day state visit. Tomorrow she will be in Cruiserville. Tomorrow she will be in Cruiserville, the home of the Weeks, the home of the Towers, and so many names that had uh, an heritage from Barbados. So we are here on the most talk about Providence Arden, where it's a tourist site where she has been brought to take a look at the island where the settlers, the slaves were brought. So if you're just joining us, we want to say this is Lata FM and TV. You can follow our live online radio, www.lataonlineradio.com. We are here at the Providence Island. So the protocol is still a region. There will be a conversation between Her Excellency Dr. Sarah Mason of Barbados and the student community. So the protocol is still setting up. The protocol is still setting up. Liberia's information minister, Jerolimic Matthew Pierre, is also here. The host of others, deputy ministers and assistant ministers, who are also present here in making sure that the president of Barbados have a great tour. We see on the far left, of students. They have been posted. They have been posted. There will be the photo. There will be the photo. Protocol are still arranging. The protocol is still arranging. Protocol is still here arranging. You also have a group of students who are also here who came to witness this historical event here at the at the Provident Island. Excuse me. Other students are also here at the Provident Island to witness this historical movement. The president of Barbados, Her Excellency Dr. Sarah Mason. There you see her, beautifully dressed up, always smiling. She looks like an indigenous Liberian woman. He was there. And she looked like an indigenous Liberian woman, somewhere from Lofa County. Somewhere, so she moved to the students. So she moved to the student community there for the photo.
Yeah, yeah, with the young people. Yeah, at the Providence Island in the nation's capital, Monrovia.
So there you have it. It's a photo. It's a photo section there. So we're just done with the photo here. We're back to the protocol.
And this time we invite Assistant Minister Dr. Julius, Assistant Minister of Tourism, to come with his closing remarks.
The Assistant Minister of Tourism.
Sir, Your Excellency, on behalf of
So she's just going up for a statement there. That's Her Excellency Dr. Sandra Amazing, the President of the Republic of Barbados.
members of the youth community of Liberia, I did not realize that you were sticking to climate change. Because although, as Mr. Taylor and Mr. Guar indicated, climate change is something that is affecting not only the small island developing states, but affecting the whole world community. Because if you realize that the concept of change is that something that wasn't happening before is happening now. And if you are really following climate change, you realize that the things that some countries have not been accustomed to are now happening. So there are naysayers among us who do not believe in it, but we who feel the effects of it are aware that it is something. Now, I am not an advocate of climate change in the sense that I go and speaking, but because climate change affects countries like Barbados, where every year we sit on tenterhooks, wondering whether the hurricane that we had last year is going to be less devastating than the one that we're going to be facing this year. So you can understand for us in small island developing states, and especially people who live in coastal regions, that we are concerned about climate change. But to go back to my sort of expectations, when I was told that I was going to interact with the youth of Liberia, I thought that we were going to be talking among each other about a whole lot of things. You would, and because I'm an old woman, I like to let you here with us our Minister of Culture and Heritage, and some of you might be involved in that, and you might want to talk with him about the things that you can get together and do. And then there also the wish that one day we will have a mass of Barbados, because we like to believe that Liberia kind of began with Barbados. Because tomorrow we are going to celebrate the 160th anniversary of the landing of the Great Cora, which brought 146 persons from Barbados. And I was kind of excited about that because I wanted to hear from you young people what you know about Barbados, if you know anything about Barbados, and how you would feel about coming back to Barbados in some instances, and how you would want to interact with the Barbadian youth and exchange notes and things like that. So, authorities are a little disappointed because all my life I have been involved with youth. And I believe, honestly, that the future of any country has to do with youth. Because we stand here today where you are going to stand tomorrow. And in order for you to, us to appreciate that you are aware of taking the reins from us, we want to interact with you. So, however, since they have constrained me and restrained me, I want to wish all you youth of Liberia all the very best, and do not restrict your interest only to climate change, because you would recognize that it is not only the climate that is important. Things like education, poverty, health, the whole gamut, everything that affects mankind, you youth who are carrying the world on tomorrow. So I want to say thank you for accommodating me. I feel extremely excited to be here in Liberia because I feel a real connection. We have 160 years of togetherness, our ancestral, historical, and cultural ties began with each other. So upward and onward, all the very best to you, and we shall see perhaps tomorrow when we go through the program that is already set up for us. Thank you for coming in.
In Liberia, so I just want to have very short. So I will lay full emphasis on education, especially for those with disabilities. To a larger extent, a larger extent of testimonial benefits. We who are young with disabilities, as a field, education in Liberia is an actual challenge for everyone today. If you look at Article 24, which speaks about the United Nations Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities, the issue of child education is a very rapid in any country's sustainability. Liberia has a country that persons with disability is a little over 20%. But if you want to do
Welcome, Mr. Gamer. How you doing?
How you doing, young man?
I'm good, and you?
So far, so good. No complaints.
That's good. How's the family?
Family is doing well. Florida is beautiful. Are you ready to get started?
Yes. We are set. We've been playing some event today.
Beautiful.
Yes.
When you're ready to go
Chief,
live, let me know. Now, I just got a topic here from you.
yeah, we are already live.
Oh, great. Okay. So we have, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Friday edition of the closing argument. This is TGIF. Thank God it's Friday. So Myean can go home and spend some time with his family. Well, welcome, ladies and gentlemen. We got some very interesting topics to talk about. Right up the top, we'll talk about the return of the grand old True We Party is back. The opposition True We Party has announced the reawakening of the party major political activities in the county and in the country. The Liberia Medical and Dental Association have officially revoked the medical license of Peter Matthew George following a credential audit that revealed significant discrepancies in his academic qualification. Basically, he's a fraud. To follow that, there was an editorial in the Front Page Africa newspaper labeling and pointing out some significant development in Liberia for whom Dr. George worked. We heard that he was a major player at a hospital in Nimba County owned by the vice president. How did this man rise to the top of our medical profession in Liberia? We'll delve a little deeper into that. The Liberia Airport Authority, in partnership with Liberia Special Economic Zone, LSEZ, has signed a Memorandum of Cooperation, MOC, to establish the country's first airport special economic zone. There goes again, Joseph Boakai, another MOU, they called it now, they got a new MOC. So we dig a little deeper into that. The Liberian National Red Cross Society, LNRCS, has joined the Global Red Cross and Red Crescent movement to mark World Red Cross and Red Crescent Day 2025 under the theme, On the Side of Humanity. While we are talking about that, we left out something yesterday that we'd like to discuss. The Director General of the Liberian National Fire attributes the tragic death of 4 children to the limited road access that prevented firefighters from reaching the scene in time. We talked about city planning. We talked about property identification system. If a fire broke out in Painesville, can you pick up the phone and give them an exact address, your house number, to be found? This is what we are talking about when we're talking about city planning, management, city corporation. These are the things that you should be talking about. 4 beautiful children lost their lives because we don't have city planning. I don't think the fire truck will have even gotten to some of these homes because the way the homes are built, they are not accessible to roads. Fire trucks can't get there. Homes are built in alleyways. They are built so tightly together that trucks can't even go between. And these are the consequences of bad city planning. What is this government doing to restructure, to plan the city? I heard and I saw a gentleman by the name of Mike Jabater. Jabater said he has the title of either city planning or something of that nature. Does he have the requisite experience and qualification to be a city planner? So here we are. Myean, talk to us. How is your day and what's the topic, what's trending on the ground? I saw the video of the premier from Barbados in town, and I seen people making speeches. I couldn't hear her because it looks like the microphone was dead or either muted. We couldn't understand. But what was going on there? What did she say? What are we doing besides MOU and promises? What else did you see that you think we can take from this particular visit?
Okay, so thank you ever so much. So for the agenda, you have already read the agenda for tonight. So I just like to throw a little light on the president from Barbados, which I attended the program today at the Pavilion Island in Morovia. So the program was held this evening, where we had some government officials there, the information minister was also there. And what I got from her, she was we that was on the scene could not get her clearly because the mark was far from her mouth, so we couldn't get her. So what I heard from her just a little bit was, she said that Liberia and Babylon has or strong tag in the sense like they have a good relationship, that Liberia and the people of Babylon, they can be able to collaborate, come together to see how best they can work together. Like the past years they used to work together. They celebrated 160 years anniversary, which she mentioned about today. And also she talked about the way in which Liberian youth and the people from Babylon, the youth there, they can collaborate together to see how best they can exchange some programs. And there were a series of questions that were asked from the youth community in Liberia towards her. And according to her, she said that she loved working with youth. All of her years she's been working with youth, and the position she's holding is not a political position in the sense like Liberia, we have a president that was elected by the people, but for her, she's just serving in that position as a president, but it's not a political position like we have here. And for them, they have a prime minister that oversees everything within the country. So she just there, like we have someone helping the president just in case the president is not there, like the vice president. That's how her position is like within the country. So for the prime minister, he's the one, or that person is the one in charge of everything. So she's just there to oversee it. And according to her, she have served as a justice or law person within her country. So she does not put herself into politics. So all of her life she has spent it in the private sector, working in line with the citizens and the people of that country. So she's calling on Liberians to come together to work with Babylon, in a sense like working together closely to see how best they can move forward, because they have long relationship, which of course our past leaders have established that relationship, and now she's trying to renew the relationship by coming to Liberia, and also promising that the prime minister also come to Liberia to take some youth from Liberia, carry them in Babylon to see how best they can go to school, study, and reproduce it. I can see how best the country can get more citizens to add up their number, because they are less than, or they are about 250,000 plus human beings that in that country. So she said a lot today. So just to give you a few detail about what she said. So we've been receiving so many read out from some journalists and some permanent Liberian citizens who were asking what's the purpose of this visit of the president from Babylon coming to Liberia. No investment, no contribution, just to come and see the country. So we have so many thought about this visit. So we are going to get some views from the public to see how best they can tell us how the view on her visit to Liberia, because since yesterday we've been receiving so many texts, and we've been seeing so many read out from public figures and some journalists within Liberia here. So far so good. Just a tip out from what I got from her today.
Great. Ladies and gentlemen, if you are just joining us, do us a favor. Barbados is what it is. We know what he means. You know, it was written everywhere. It's Barbados. And thank you for the correction. This is why we are here. We are here to teach and mentor our young folks. So let me read to you a little bit about Barbados, and then we're going to go into the history. And they are permanent families from Barbados in Liberia. If you have, especially if you grew up in the Cruiserville area, we would like you to make comments, call. What makes Cruiserville so special? and some of the major prominent families in Liberia that came from Cruiserville, whose parents hailed from Barbados. I want to think about the Padmores. You know who they are. We're talking about the Tonys from Cruiserville. So if you are from Cruiserville, you have connections in Cruiserville, please call us today. We will dedicate this day to the people from Cruiserville whose lineage is from the Barbados area there. So first of all, the country of Barbados has a parliamentary democracy with a bicameral system, a House of Assembly and the Senate, and the Prime Minister, who is the head of the government. Since November 30, 2021, Barbados has been a parliamentary republic with the president serving as the head of state. The political system is influenced by the Westminster model with a focus on Prime Minister and their cabinet who are responsible for the parliament. And we give you a little more detail. The parliament is comprised of two of the House of Assembly that are elected and the Senate appointed. Now, this is different. In Liberia, our bicameral system says both houses, everybody should be elected. But in their system, in their parliament, the House of Assembly are elected and the Senate appointed. We'd like to delve into that. How is that possible? And then executive power in Barbados. The executive power sits and rests with the president, who acts on the advice of the prime minister and the cabinet. The executive power sits and rests with the president, who acts on the advice of the prime minister and the cabinet. The prime minister is the head of the government, and it's usually the leader, and it comes from the majority party in the House of Assembly. Political parties in Barbados, the Republic of Barbados has two main political parties, and they are the Barbados Labour Party, BLP, and the Democratic Labour Party, DLP. Those are the two major parties in Barbados. Their judiciary system. The judiciary is independent of the executive and the legislature, independent, but yet has a breaching power to interpret the law. Now let's look at the Westminster system. What is it? Barbados political system is modeled after the Westminster system, with the prime minister and the parliament playing key role in governance. Okay? Under its constitution, Barbados is a parliamentary democracy. The governor general represents the monarch. So here we are again. Even though they are independent, they represent the monarchy in Great Britain. Control of the government, though, rests with the cabinet, headed by the prime minister that is responsible for the parliament. So here we are, Barbados. If you are a descendant, as Myean said, over 165 years ago, if your parents, grandparents, great-great-grandparents, great-great-grandparents still have some connection with the Barbados, call in, send in your name, get in the comment section so we can recognize the work, the sacrifice of the folks from Barbados that came to Liberia and build a beautiful city, beautiful enclave called Cruiserville. So Myean, I gave you a brief history of Barbados, who they are, what they do, the government system, who runs the system, how long the system runs. There's a strange one that, Myean, I know you are a student of history. The assembly that runs the government is elected, but then on the flip side, the Senate is appointed. Have you ever heard something like that?
Come again, I'm not hearing.
The assembly, the lower house,
Yeah.
is elected in Barbados, but then the Senate is appointed. How is that possible?
So like she said something today that caught our attention, where she told us that she's just the president, and her position is not a political position. So everyone was like, how possible it is. So she started to break it down to tell us how she work and how her work is how she function and how everything is like. So we got a lot from her today, and she even talked about the prime minister, that that position is overseeing everything that she's doing. So she's just there to help in case of anything, whether that person have or international delegate or something, she'll be able to help that person to work in land. So we don't have that same kind of government within Liberia. So our kind of leading is different from theirs.
Excellent, excellent. Welcome to Honorable Pewee here. You the red man here. I know you live in the city, and we are talking about the Republic of Barbados. And I have been friends with folks who great-great-grandparents, 165 years old, migrated from Barbados, like the Padmos and the Tonys. So the whole Crusoeville, those folks that built that beautiful city, most of them, their great-grandparents migrated from Barbados. And what sets that group apart from all the other immigrants that migrated to Liberia is that they were very industrial. They were business people. They were not too much into politics, even though later on, obviously, you know, when business succeeds, then the cream from the business rises up to the top. So they became influential in the country, and some of them became president. But the Padmos, the Tonys, Crusoeville, if you know anything about Crusoeville and no prominent families from Crusoeville, what can you tell us about Crusoeville, and why should I visit Crusoeville instead of Grand Bassa, Edina, Upper Buchanan, Lordsville when I come to Monroe? Why should I go to Crusoeville?
So Crusoeville has its own strategic, own traditional and historical meaning, if you will. But before going there, you said if it was strange, you said it was if anyone have heard about the way that Senate structure, government structure is like.
Right.
And as a student of government, also, it's also there. You know, they are part of the
British monarchy. Yes.
The British monarchy. So the same system is also in England. The House of Commons has been elected, and the House of Lords, the upper house, is appointed. So we have two systems. So the House of Commons is the direct representation of the people. Those are people that get directly elected. The House of Lords is the upper house in the British Parliament. Those are people, it's ceremonials, they are appointed. These are folks that are appointed, they are not elected also.
So who appoints them?
Okay, there's a council of this particular set of council they set to carry on the appointment, where they appoint permanent folks and they just move in. That they don't really have that authority, but sometimes they function. But the House of Commons is the one that do have the authoritative parliamentarian power. That is also there, but we do have the House of Lords that's also got that same kind of a power that they exercise, but they are appointed also. So the Barbados is trying to do the same because they're just a small island found itself in the Caribbean, very beautiful, very strategically located in part of the globe and other things. So it's how they model their own system of government. So yes, it is the kind of a structure they have and other things. But back to you trying to say?
Before we go there, okay. So thank you for that clarification, because usually I hear in Liberia to be elected, your decorum, they say in Liberia, when the Senate is the House of Elders.
Yes.
Right? Where you go for council.
Exactly.
So I see now I've seen the difference that particular place it should be void of partisan or hardcore parties. It should be place of wisdom where the guys from the lower house can go and get counsel. So wisdom. I see the logic in that.
Yes, wisdom. And beyond the issue of the wisdom, it's a house, it's an area that you should have people of impeccable character right? People of impeccable character, so that they will, because the intent is to, the reason why folks will go in those kind of places to defend the structure of the states, the posture you're going to push it. It have to be, you have to have a construct of a very logical and inclusive way of doing things that are going to go a long way in trying to protect the interests of a country, particularly the state of Liberia. So that's the one of the reasons, or any other country, if you will. But if you have knee-jerk kind of elements, people that are very subjective, people that cannot stand, they are not rounded in their judgment. Their thought process is weak, is being compromised, they are opportunistic. It's a serious problem, and you have those, and that's the kind of reason why we have in Liberia, a country of just 43,000 square miles. Unfortunately, we have terrible roads in our country. During the rain, we don't even move freely. It's terrible. So that would say to you, it's a clear manifestation that we'll have time to time terrible leadership and the rest of that. But I mean, as we move on, probably there will be a time we're going to, and that's the reason why we're structuring a new institution at the CMC. They're going to come and say, hey, it's about time that we structure ourselves in a way and manner that we change this thing and eradicate this malfeasance of the way people deal with things and focus on the way we want to do things. But back to the Barbados and Crusoeville, the historic process about that is that most of those people came, they had a taste of things. That's why. But again, mind you, it's just like we have the same kind of a scenario back in Grand Bassa County. Like, I have one of my Cumbrian colleagues, former Assistant Minister Austin Spiller, this is in Indiana, right? Indiana is I mean, that's there he live. And he takes some time. No matter I'm joking, I say, you very enjoying Indiana across the water there where you take the town and all that thing. Yeah. But if we can sit as people and begin to put into place a way to improve these areas. These are beautiful areas. Like Grand Bassa County is one of the counties on the most serious note given that got beautiful areas that would develop for tourist purposes. Sure. You see Grand Bassa County, you see Grand Kitman County. I went to the Tella area before in Kitman. These are areas that we have to pump some things. You see, people love to move into small, tiny countries in the Caribbean. Why? It's not enough extra. The same way we have the land, we have the topography, if you will. We have to just put time and development in those areas and move on. So we have had 3 presidents from the Barbados in Liberia. 2 presidents elected, and 1 interim. Even our last interim president, Julie Bryan, got a history from the Barbados and the rest of that. So it's an entrenched kind of a process, and those guys live across there. They knew how to and if you went to Crusoeville and see how they structure the place, you will know that the serenity of the area is very beautiful. Beautiful ambience, if you will. They've got one beautiful house here, then they'll leave this. The Congo boys live life. They don't want a given and his family or something on the patio saying that then Pewee Church should not be causing northern VA. No, running all over the place. That's right. So it is, the serenity of the community is quite wonderful on a serious note. And it's just like now, because of lack of system being put in place, other part, even pushing on some of the beautiful home people be around the Crusoeville area. The road is being eroded now by erosions and other things. They quota most of it because the area they really put together. I don't know if you visited the place before. I spent a lot of time. Nobody visited one of our Cumbria. He got a home, beautiful home there also, Satya. But it is a very wonderful place, and I'm told she's going to do some visitation tomorrow. She's going to be visiting some of those areas tomorrow, and where she's going to get back and be told about history and all things. But yes, that's the reason of that kind of a government they have. Their Senate is not elected; is an advisory appointed group of very trusted senior citizens, those people that they rely on to help the process. But the lower south, it will be elected, will have the power to do the debate, do the deliberations, and all things. If they are critical in the process about where there's a stalemate, then the elders will come up, the Senate will come to help the process move the country the very turning country into where progress will be made. So it's part of it. But I thought there is some serious debate in recent history about the Barbados leaving from the authority of the British monarch, right? I think the president met with the ceremonial president met with the king. They've been having some level of discussion. They're talking about some payback. There's some thing they're working on. But it's sort of rich temp of culture, but also a very deep sense of politics and other things that they believe that is about time to get some issue about it. Talking about some revenue, a lot of deep, very complicated processes, or more or less very convoluted also. But I think it's a very rich history, and I think for her to come down to the country and try to bring that out, it's very important that we tap into that, because they're very successful when it comes to tourism, very much successful. It's a very small island with almost 220,000 population. Imagine that, 220,000. So we small in our size, we 5 million, and they just 200 and that amount of 2,000. So, but again, if they can do that, got a beautiful area, got something to take care of the people and other things. Very wonderful.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, let me reintroduce the show. Welcome to the Closing Argument, our Friday edition. And this is the area that Mr. Pewee, Honorable Pewee, loves: history, teaching, politics, diplomacy. So let me read to you real quick, because I have a lot of great friends from the Crusoeville area. Their family migrated way back, and the contribution they have made to the Liberian society. So let's celebrate our folks. If you are if you got your ancestors, relatives, and friends, and you got connection with the Barbados, Crusoeville, bring your comment. We'll open the line for calling. But Honorable Pewee, this is what it says. On April 6, 1865, a mass immigration of British subjects headed to Liberia on the promise of getting citizenship and a land to farm and to breathe the sweet air of liberty from which their fathers have been separated for 2 centuries, and they, generations later, could only dream of. The arrangement were concluded between the British Governor General of Barbados and President Daniel Bashel Warner, the 3rd President of the Republic of Liberia, with Liberia's Secretary of State and a group of Barbados known as Barbados Companies and the American Colonization Society, the ACS, whose financial support made the journey possible for the folks from the Barbados. I mean, you talk about reparation there. The folks the black folks that were enslaved, they are requesting from their masters, their former colonial power, like we do in the United States here. African Americans are appealing, making a case for reparation, 300 years of reparation. And then the folks from Barbados, from the Caribbean, they are also making a request to the Crown in Great Britain for reparation for 200 years or 300, whatever years of slavery. We worked the sugarcane farm, we built the cities, we did everything free of charge. At least look our way and pay us back. And the argument has been from the subject, from the master, they're saying, you are not an original slave anymore. Those who were slaves, they have died hundreds of years ago. So you are not entitled to reparation. And the counter argument is, my great-great-grandparents worked for you for hundreds of years that gave you wealth. You are living now 3-4 generational wealth. And on the contrary, I am 4 generational poor. So it is incumbent upon you to do a settlement. Give me something, because in the very beginning it was, 5 acres, 40 acres and a mule. If you were a slave and you were free, this is why we will give you 40 acres and a mule. That means mule to plow the land so you can live off the land. That promise was never kept. And this is the Barbadian, this is what they are saying. Even though our great-great-great-great-grandparents may have died, but have they been compensated? Our lot would have been much better. If you look at the DuPonts, the Vanderbilts, the Kennedys, they are living on generational wealth. Then the Pewees and the Gibmans of the world, we are living on generational poverty. Your grandfather was poor, your father was poor, and you yourself just trying to make it. So yes, it's the opposite. Because of the work that we did for you free of charge, you got 3 generations of wealth. And your children and your great-grandchildren will live off that. On the other hand, I will work for you for 200 years. My children are poor. We've been poor. Most likely my children and children will be poor. So reparation is the case. You the honorable here, you the diplomat. I am crowning you, Honorable Pewee, the King Solomon of our time. We have a case here. My parent worked for you for 200 years. You didn't pay me. Out of that wealth, out of that work, the sugarcane farm that we harvested for 200 years, you kept all the money. The rice farm, the tobacco farm, you kept all the money, and your children and your children's children are enjoying. And today, because I was not even educated, I can't even get a job. Do you think I'm entitled to reparation, Mr. Pewee?
Absolutely. I think the debate, and that's why I'll say initially, the debate about what the folks from the Barbados, from the island, what they're trying to say is absolutely correct. It's just a conversation ongoing. And I think they initiated that conversation with the current king, King Charles, and there should be some way forward how they can mitigate this process through. And it's just like, and that's it's a basic process in this, even in this greater world, right? If, for instance, if something's entitled to me, if I'm not around, it will have to go through the order as to who are those that are placing to get the beneficiaries, if you will. They will come in to get whatsoever. So the debate the English try to push, it's not a debate that can be sustained. But eventually, I want to believe they're going to come to some compromise and try to give those people some due benefit, if you will. But I'm playing sufficiently that they do have a case. It is understandable that they have great in terms of there's how many generations or so they work in slavery. They work under those kind of immune circumstances to ensure that the UK is what the UK is today. So if they are no more, that's in line in terms of who is in line to we have to benefit. So they will have to do that as a landing way because they move there. They have to now move in, and we have all of the necessary process to benefit. So I think. I believe what the United Kingdom is trying to do is repugnant, and those folks should stand on and push. I want to believe that something's going to hold on here. A similar thing unfolded in Kenya, and now they agreed to give some amount of significant amount of money for some reason as to how those people were maltreated and the rest of that in certain part of Kenya and the rest of those. So yes, there are genuine concerns. They do have a case, and we, as the people will always say, we have to push and be very steadfast about this process, and do not bend and move on and stand in unison, and ensuring that what their foreparents did, they did it for the struggle and the cause of their generation today. So it's a very wonderful cause to push.
Myean, if you're in the back, please adjust the screen because we can't see our speaker here. Mr. Pewee, thank you for this class. And I'll read another portion. They said, the group from the Barbados arrived May 10, 1865. Some 5 weeks later, on the brig Coral, they have departed the city of Bridgetown, Barbados, carrying 346 passengers that included 16 stowaways. Guys, please adjust the screen here. Myean, if you're back there, please adjust the screen. I can't see Honorable Pewee. But they came with 346 passengers. Pewee, in that group, we had 16 stowaways. Hundreds of others who had expressed the desire to migrate had to be left behind on account of lack of accommodation for more people. Their crookedness, Pewee, it's been going on for a long time. Can you imagine? 16 stowaways. They slept in here. They didn't pay their own way. They just found their way on here on a free ride, and they came to Liberia.
Mm-hmm. You know, I listened to one, I don't know, Korean or so, but he said he came. They were talking about this immigration process into this country. His father came here. True, he had to find a way in a ship. You know, so those things started ever since, ever since, if you will. It started and that there will, but it's just like, you know, as we move on, sometimes you have some progressive way of folks trying to look into the way we engage of our process and the way folks will respond to some of those things. But looking at it from the very plain point, I think it been unfolding for quite a long time. But now that we into modernity and things are now shifting in different form and manner, people will try to now bring some level of regulatory processes to ensure that you put into place. But even at that, folks are still trying to find a way to do some of those things. Slow way, you know, a recent woman did a slow way on data 2 different times, right? So,
Honorable Pewee, let me put you on the spot. So you are a proponent of reparation for work done in the past.
Absolutely.
Great. I'm not setting you up, but I'm coming back to you. Dear, let me welcome Honorable George here. Honorable George, we are in a very important historic situation here. And this particular topic about Barbados is closer to my heart because I have a lot of good friends who hail from Cruiserville, the Padmores and the Tonys, and I know you know most of. Can you give us some names of family that are out of Cruiserville in that area? And if you are from Cruiserville, you got families, you got friends, you got descendants. Make your comment. We'll open the line to talk. Talk to me about Cruiserville. What you know about Cruiserville? Who you know about Cruiserville? Who are the family, permanent family that you know?
I know the ports from there. The ports.
The ports. That's correct.
We got Cruiserville and Cruiserville.
No, maybe the pronunciation, but it's Cruiserville. If you how you pronounce it, is it Cruiserville or Cruiserville?
Same people, same place.
Cruiserville.
Yeah, same place.
Yeah, but I know the ports from there.
The ports,
yes,
the Padmores from there.
Yeah.
The Tonys, I know Clarence Tony, they're from that area too. If you know any family from there, now let's look at this. Honorable Pewee, you are opening up Pandora's box. You say you are. Let me put Honorable George on the line. Honorable George, are you a proponent of reparation?
Yes, definitely.
Great. So now let's go. Now that I got both of you on the hook, let me. You know, I'm a fisherman now. Come hook, and I hook you now. Going to bring in. Now in Liberia, we have. We had a system in Liberia that was very similar to slavery, right? Honorable Pewee, I want you to listen to this because I have crowned you, the King Solomon, the wise man. You now coming, I put you and Honorable George on the hook. Now I'm going to bring you in. We have some similar system in Liberia where the native people children live with the
Congo people.
The Congo people for 100 years. The people were there working for them. And they're sending their children to school, and the other people's children went to either night school or afternoon school. And some of those families became permanent. They got permanent home, the prime properties that are still being leased and making a lot of money as we speak. 3-4 generations down the line. The native group, do they have a right to claim or to make a claim for reparation, Mr.
That is a different process we're saying here.
We coming split hair. George, get ready, Mr. George, get ready. Go ahead. Reparation.
Let me defend what I'm saying here.
Okay.
It's completely a different scenario.
Okay.
And let me say this to you. And we have to be very honest and very fair to the Congo people, if you will. I hate calling name to bring division. Congo.
Settlers.
But let me say this to you. Most of our people you see today that got Western education because of those people. They give our people the privilege and opportunity. Those that are willing to learn, they give them the opportunity. Though they work, their parents work, but they did educate their children. For instance, you listen to the Johnson, the this, the that. Most of them that took the mantle. How do you think most of our people came in this country in the 60s, the 70s, the 50s, and thereabout? How they came in this country? It was because of the connectivity, the connection that those people they live with, or their parents live with. So some of the Congo boys, they were never selfish when it came to that. What they didn't take lightly was that they needed you, if you are functioning as a husband or a yard boy, you have to do your job. If time to go to school, if they'll have conversation with you. I sat with one of our old men. He said to me, I didn't go to school, but when I played for the Congo people, they send my children to school, and when they graduate, they send them to America, they went to school. Some of them are doctors, they are this today. Of course they did those things. And this is a different scenario when it came to wherein you have corporate people on a slavery line, wherein they did that in terms of those folks, those of our people that brought our people from the villages, educated them. Why you think you would listen to a Lofa man called Johnson? I mean, he came. How did the Lofa man get a name Johnson? And what they get
he's a prominent lawyer now.
When you get a surname, or I'm just giving an example. I'm not particularly referring to Councillor Kobe Johnson, right? But what I'm trying to say here is that we have to go beyond that. You will see some of them. Even why you think a Lofa man will refer to himself as a double sing. Because they wanted to get the name of those people. The people were double sing, double. But he put the scene there because of the kind of line. And it's beyond. I'm coming
back to you. I'm coming back. Hold on 1 minute. Hold there.
Let me move back to across the corner, different tribal line. The Bassa people are those are the people also that benefited tremendously also from the line of those people. So
don't speak for the Bassa people. Well, in the comment section here, we say the Liberties are from Cruiserville. I hear she said, "Oh my God, my family was part of that." Yeah. I had no idea. I am from. Yeah, you go to Liberty.
How do you, Dr. Edward Liberty from Lofa County? How did he get her name and to get educated to be a PhD today? So listen, those people also did good for our country people.
Okay, Mr. George.
Yeah.
The folk from the interior, do they have a case for reparation?
Of course, you know, if you look at the history of Liberia, you won't go to the history of Liberia, they will tell you that the people, the settlers, when they came to Liberia, they tried to force their culture, their way of life on the indigenous. Okay, they try to do it. The Hakan had a war. The war is because they wanted to bring about their religion, their everything had and so forth. So the people resisted them, and the problem started. I can't hear about all of these wars about King Longfellow, all these stuff about Jehudi Ashman, all these people that hear about them. Yeah, all these stuff that hear about Liberian history. They try to impose their way of life on the indigenous, our indigenous people, and they resisted it, and they went inside to fight about it. You see, so and what they did, they succeeded. Though I think they overcame the people, and then they took the people stuff from the people, and then when they left and went back to where they came from, and as a result, as people said, reparations. It's nicer for them to have reparations because people won't treat that fairly.
The Barclays are also, they say they're from Barbados, the Barclays. So if you're a Barclay, Mr. Pewee, let's go back to what you were saying, right? The American government, when the black people say slavery was wrong, slavery was barbaric, slavery was bad, the white folks or the power that be, Mr. George, listen to this now. They say slavery, as bad as it was, we brought you to modernity. We brought you from the barbaric stage. We came and educated you. We Christianized you. You are westernized. That alone was worth it. This is the same argument that Pewee is making. Even though we were brutal, we did all of these things, but we educated you to some degree. We gave you a chance to do some intermarriage, to change your name. That's enough. If we didn't do those bad things to you, today you would not be where you are. So the white folks are saying, slavery wasn't that bad. Look at you, black men, you have become president. Some of you guys are pilots. You are engineers. You are doctor. It would have never happened if you were sitting in Lofa all this time. You would still be growing tail. Mr. George, don't you think the white people got a point too? If you were going by Pee-wee's logic, that look, you are country boy, even though we beat you and we kick you and you didn't go to the school that you needed to go to, but at least we send you to school, so it worth it. The white folks are saying the same thing. If you were sitting in Africa, you would be growing tail. We brought you here, even though we treated you bad, but look now, look at you wearing suit and tie. You go to school, you doctor, you lawyer, so it evens out. That's why I think my brother Pewee trying to equate here. Is that an equivalence?
Well, I don't know, but I know a lot of Liberians now. What I see they're doing now. Most of my friends now, I know I got friends in the US that they are fed up with Liberia. They're so frustrated with Liberia, so they say, "Look, you know something? I'm not going to retire in Liberia." They're buying homes in other places and building homes in the places because they feel that with the way the route Liberia is taking, it will take not this generation, not our lifetime for Liberia to change, except where something dramatic happens, you know. But they're not going to go for it. See, the poor one Barbados calling me now. I mean, answer them.
Dr. Pewee, Honorable Pewee. You got the people from Barbados calling us now because we done started this thing. Will you want to investigate who were those 16 families that stole away? Was that one of the double C's that stole away that kid?
Yeah, I was told, somebody just telling me, say we have to investigate if the giving was not part of it.
But very interesting topic here. I mean, for you to just imagine from the beginning of the country, people are paying their way to come to Liberia for freedom, and there's no space on the ship.
Exactly.
But 16 guys found their way to maybe in the engine room or somewhere. Nobody saw him until he arrived to Liberia.
Yeah, but on most of those ships, there are areas basically that do have space, but it's not for human passenger to be. So it's because it's very uncomfortable during the time of the trip, right? During the time of the commute. So, but folks, we want to encounter these kind of unfavorable conditions while the ship is sailing through those kind of very terrible, uncomfortable means to just get through into harsh, those kind of harsh circumstances, if you will. It's one of the reasons why they did those things. But before, let me say this to you, Liberia, just like we've had terrible leaders, and shame on them, shame on their generations, if you will. We have terrible leaders, and currently we do have a lot of terrible leaders, also very corrupt group of people we have. And they are bent on, even we headed to elections, come 2029, the next election, we now talk, folks are now even planning on part of it has to move the system forward. But Liberia have been an area that many people be wishing absolutely to be given on a serious note. Mandela sought refuge in Liberia before and all those things. So we had a very great country. But given, let me just take this quick. It's important for the Barbados thing also. and Crusoe is very important.
Yes. Ladies and gentlemen, we are doing the history. We are doing the history of Barbados. You know, as you can understand, we have guests in Liberia. We have delegation from the Barbados in the country. They are making their connections. We have permanent families that made their way to the Barbados. But let me read to you what it says here. We're going by the history now. We have to be factual here. It says the advance party from the Barbados, facilitated by the government, immediately chartered a boat downtown waterside and made the journey up the St. Paul River, passing Providence Island, Bushrow Island, Stockton.
Yeah, give me just a minute, please. I told you I was taking a call. It's important, and I said to you, we have one of our dear brother that live, and he got a very wonderful area around it. He will call it right name because we call it Kuzovi, this bit, that bit, this bit. So I have on the line, on the phone, live from Monrovia, Desire Satya. He's going to briefly talk to us probably for 5-10 minutes about Crusoeville and the Barbados. So, Mr. Satya, are you live on the closing argument, please? Hold on. Yeah, you live. Go ahead now.
All right, thank you. And it's good being on your show. Good evening, good night, wherever you all are. The correct pronunciation is Crozierville.
Come again?
C-R-O. Crozierville.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Spell C-R-O, C-R-E-R-V-I-L-L-E.
Mm-hmm.
Named after Crozier, one of the settlers, one of the Americans that were able to negotiate the land space for the first group of settlers that came in from Barbados on a ship called the Brick Cora.
Okay.
In if I'm not making a mistake, 1859 or 1869. But it's 160 years since the Brick Cora landed on the shores of Liberia, and the group of families, a little over 300 families, heads, landed, and they were given land in Crozierville. The blessed part about those families that came in from Bridgetown in Barbados at the time, most of them were basically learned people. So you had educators, you had tailors, you had farmers, you had shoemakers, and a lot of other people. So you have notable families like the Wicks, like the Ports, like the Brathwaites, like the Goodrich, the Holders, and many more. So back 2 years back, there's been this urge by families from Crozierville to go back to where their ancestors came from. And it was a blessing that majority of them made a pilgrimage, if I'm not making a mistake, a year or two ago. Probably last year or year before last. And now we are seeing the fruit of that pilgrimage, where we're now having a reciprocal visit. I was fortunate to have been part of a foundation that have been working closely with the governments of Liberia and Barbados to see us here today, where we now have the head of state of that country, Her Excellency Sandra Mazing, in Liberia. On tomorrow, she will be in Crozierville for basically the whole day, where we'll be unveiling monuments, 2 monuments. It should have been 3, but we'll be unveiling 2 of former heads of state of Liberia that are from lineage in Crozierville. Thing is, Daniel B. Warner and Arthur Bagley, and Charles Julie Bryan. But the Charles Julie Bryan monument will not be unveiled tomorrow. But there will be Daniel Basha Warner, who was very instrumental in making sure that the land was made a given, and that those settlers were able to get into Crozierville. So that's it. And then tomorrow, one of the oldest churches in the township will play host to His Excellency President Whiteheart and Her Excellency President Mason tomorrow. The Christ Episcopal Church will host the Thanksgiving service at 10:30. And then after that, there will be an indoor ceremony at at the Christopher Town Hall, and then that'll be followed by a luncheon at Port Hill. Port Hill also play host to the famous Aberport family, of which myself has a lineage.
Yeah, quickly. If I were to quickly, maybe some of the comments will ask you a few questions before you will let you go. The intent of Crossover, if you will, we receiving some. The last time I visited Crossover, when I visited you, I think was about 5 years ago now. And I observed that most of the infrastructure in terms of road and everything, they are all being eroded and other things. Is most of the historical infrastructure stay in place in Crossover? Are those stay in place, that those churches and other things that will build those homes? I mean, the Serenity is a beautiful place actually, but as I observed that the roads being eroded and the infrastructure that's being carried. What are you guys doing now to maintain the heritage of a very strategic area like Crossover?
So basically, when I moved back home in 2011, the road was basically very good until when we started experiencing all of these trucks moving sand to build roads and other infrastructure. But the road has been a little bit maintained in the past months, and there's some maintenance being done currently, but it's still not at a good state. Okay, currently the township and that district play host to the hydro, and I can say to you that it's unfortunate that there's no electricity running up to Bensonville. From Cruiserville to Bensonville, all the way up to the...
And you host the hydro?
And we play host to the hydro. It's very unfortunate. It's very unfortunate. And,
but I think you guys can seize the opportunity to tell the president of the bureau now about that.
Definitely, that will play a part of our. In addition to the road, electricity is going to be a key request. We don't have running water. We play host to the water treatment plant. In fact, a portion of the 30-inch pipe and it passes through Bensonville, and it's unfortunate those infrastructure aren't enjoyed by. There's no service delivery. There's no social service delivery of that sort in that area. Regarding the old structures, we were able to maintain Christ Church. Unfortunately, I would say that the original Christ Church on Port Hill has been cleaned. What we try to do is we try to see where we can get some funding to get it to where it used to be, even if we're not going to use it because we already have a building. The current church now, that is now playing host to that church, was dedicated in 1956, and the original Christ Church on Port Hill near the graveyard is still there, but I think it was basically hit by the war.
So is Crossover a city or town? Does it have a city or town status?
It's a township.
Okay, it's a township. Okay.
It's a township headed by a commissioner.
Okay.
Most of the spring buildings we have there right now, so far, I can recognize only one so far right now, Christ Church, and it used to be the home of Jenny Warden. I know that because my grandmother stayed with Jenny Warden way back in the 1900s or somewhere there. And and I know that, and that is the only frame building currently standing there. The one for Newport broke down, and that is a property now of Christ Church. She actually willed it to Christ Church. Just to let you know, I think her father-in-law his name was John Prince Port. That's the lineage I'm from. he was the founder of Christ Episcopal Church in Christendom in the 1800s.
Give me any question?
Yes. You asked some of the questions. Just for a joke, it sounds like the story of smell no taste. You host the water facility and you don't have the water. You host the hydro and you don't have electricity. So you got all the major city development instruments, and you are not, just like the folks were saying. I was in Havel and I was asking for why did they name this place Smell No Taste, and somebody said it was they used to have a mess hall there when during the war, and when they cook at the mess hall, the whole place will smell real nice. While the soldiers and the commission officers were eating, the folks in the environment only smelled it, but they couldn't taste it. That was the logic. So if you apply that logic to Cruiserville, you have the hydro, and you don't have electricity. You have the water treatment center going right through there, and you have no water. So basically, that was the joke. But what are you guys doing to push for a legislation for to have like a historical society, like a landmark society that will compel the government to preservation society, to preserve these historical sites, that when folks are talking about tourism, why aren't we preserving our historical sites? Are you guys doing anything to push your legislators to push for a historical landmark grant or society for us to preserve these things before they all break down?
So far, I cannot tell you that we've made a push, but in our own ways, we've been trying to maintain basic artifacts, okay, basic land space, basic areas where we know landmarks, where we know that folks from the 1800s landed, like the monument. The monument is still there. It is at that monument that we are going to be placing additional headstones for heads of states that have lineage with Cruiserville. But I'm sure, like, I was fortunate to have attended one of the planning meetings with the Minister of Foreign Affairs, Her Excellency Madam Sarah Beslow Nyanti, and she has been very instrumental. This government, in fact, has been very instrumental in ensuring that these lineage, come to fruition, that people come and see where they were from, and we go and see where we came from. Originally, I can say to you that any major historical artifact that has been kept from these families are works of these family members. I say to you, right next door to our near us is Ben Sanvee. Every time when I was in Cruiserville for many years, every time folks drove into me to come and visit, they always wanted to see the homes of the Torgbeans. So I would start driving them through and say, okay, right outside at the monument was the former defense minister house. It's the former defense minister house, the bread holder. When you drive down, you will see A. Benedict Torgbean. When you go up there, Wookie Torgbean. When you go again, the Frank Torgbean fence on the right hand side. You go on the other side, you see President Torgbean house, and then Stephen Torgbean. And it's most of those areas have been maintained, thankfully, by those families. If you come up to the Cruiserville side, you got the Goodriches, the Ports, you got the Weekses. The Weekses have been able to maintain their father property. In fact, even when their mother died, the female, they were at repast was held at the Weekses home where Restaurant Weekses was staying. The Weekses are currently building a museum called the Bricora House, and we're hoping that sooner or later, okay, that will be finished and be dedicated. That will carry artifacts of all those people that landed. In fact, the entire list of people that landed, the entire list of people that landed will be there. Even currently at the monument in Cruiserville, the entire list of the families and the family heads are listed on that monument. If you have the time to come to Cruiserville, always make a stop to where the road splits into an oval shape, and stop there and go there. You will see it there. When I was there for many years, I was happy to always make sure that monument was being painted and all of that. But tomorrow is going to be a great day. We hope that we can push for a legislation, but we're also hoping that, because from what I'm hearing, the president of Barbados and her team are interested in ensuring that development comes to Cruiserville. They're even planning to invest in Cruiserville. They want to bring factories and all of that into Cruiserville. So we're hoping the best for Cruiserville. Cruiserville have been down for many, many years, and we're really, really hoping the best for Cruiserville. And we thank everybody. I even thank you guys for heralding us on your show, for ensuring that you gave us the platform. And this is highly welcome. I was really caught off guard. I didn't know, but I know Mr. Pewee just called me. Yeah. So it's good. I would like to thank you all so much for having us on the show.
Okay, before you
making sure that we herald a new development, a new path for our township.
Okay, yeah. Before we let you go quickly on just 1 minute, and the reason why I actually call you, because I know the role you play in Cruiserville and the other thing, and part of the thing you did, the impact. Whenever I went there driving, the last time I sat somewhere taking palm wine, and I spoke with most of those young guys from the other side of it. They said a good thing about you. You say you don't have much, but you try to help the young people, and you live there long. The people live there. You understand the history. I will hope you try to do a little petty, small history about it. I think you got some very good history about the ties. One of the reasons actually I thought of talking to you, so that you can be whole on this process also tomorrow. We look forward to also talking to you tomorrow, hopefully, after this meeting of the two presidents, our own president and the president of the Barbados, President Myean and President Guar. We look forward to talking to you. But before I let you go, let me just ask you one brief question, and you can answer if you don't want to answer. How can you describe the current leadership of Mr. Joseph Nyeman as president of the Bureau correctly?
It's steady. Mm-hmm. I'll take it to be steady. My honest opinion is in the first year, if you ask me for a grade, I'll give him 80% as compared to whosoever you want to compare to. I think taking over at a stage where you have some other exogenous factors playing into the economy and all of that, and still having a steady course of government is a plus. So for me, from a professional side, it's steady.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you very closely. Very dearly desired Satya, professional accountant, professional intellectual, everything. Thank you for it. You said 80%. I think if the black administration policy they want to put you off, thank you.
It's a Pewee.
He worked with the government.
Thank you.
But he works with the government.
Pewee.
He works with the government.
No, but listen, The man hosting the president tomorrow. Then you go ask the man to great.
I didn't know. Listen, I thought he responded. He gave a response and justified and gave justification.
What justification he gave?
He gave his justification. What you want to say?
You put him in check.
He gave his justification.
They may have a guest tomorrow.
Those will get a comment 80%.
What people fail himself and he fail his followers. In this case, he didn't listen to the signal.
Yeah, you didn't see.
No,
the
you see.
The signal is I'm going to the man village tomorrow. That's a signal.
But in one way, I feel. Listen, I need to get. And you see, and that was the reason. And I thought you would follow it. And I thought Kehleboe knew about the signal thing. But he feel I'll have to introduce a new course to him so he can get
learn how to read a signal.
How to read a signal. Listen, I mean, this is a political process, right? We're in the field of journalism where we are talk show commentators, what we consider ourselves now realistic journalists. But in this kind of line, you ask questions. And it was just intentional that I asking, what is that? My follower will gladly be very, very pleased with the cushion, the trend of the cushion, and the way we went about it. We give some history about Crusoeville and the rest of that. The Barbados and Liberia got some serious thing we intertwined aspect, the rich history of our past 3 head of states, got some trend back there and all those things. So basically, it's important that we take note of those things, and it's part of the reason why I asked the question. And I asked the question from a journalistic perspective, right, to gauge the view of a dear brother that I believe being there long and the president is going there tomorrow, and it's part of the reason he's invited because he played a major role too in the committee and the rest of that. I mean, he said it's fair enough. So yeah, back to you, Gimman. Go ahead, please.
Yes, here the history says here, the Reverend Dr. Edwin Blyden himself of the West Indian descent. We got some powerful from that area. Reverend Dr. Edwin Blyden himself of West Indian descent had used his oratorical skills and power of persuasion to woo the people from the Caribbean, especially Barbados. Now the government had to convene the ACS to make an exception, which was granted relying heavily on the patronage of John P. Crozer, Crozer, brother of the first agent and physician of the society, Dr. Samuel A. Crozer, after whom the town was named. There were 2 brothers that facilitated, helped the government, helped the folks to bring them in conjunction with Dr. Blyden, Reverend Blyden. So, Crusoeville guys, you have an opportunity here to use your power, raising money privately to maintain the city. It is not a viable option. It is okay, but you have to push for landmark legislation to make sure that the history of that town, of that settlement is preserved. Because what you are doing, if you have a president that is kind to you, but the next president is not kind to you, you may suffer. But if it becomes a law, an act, everybody has to follow. So with all the power that you have, all the names you are calling from Crusoeville, let's push for legislation for us to have a historical preservation society funded by the society. Welcome, Mr. Gongloe. How are you guys? How the family doing?
Oh, fine.
Excellent.
I'm the class late, but in the case of today, I was actually watching a YouTube video here, and I'm not going to be that Pewee who was cheering up for the appointment of the new pope, but I was tearing up when I was watching a video by Myean, the Ghanaian YouTuber who goes around the world. He's currently, I don't know whether he's currently in Burkina Faso, but he recently visited Burkina Faso, and he interviewed ordinary citizens. And he saw people sleeping in the streets in Ouagadougou in defense of the revolution. They are there and they are listening, and they are saying if they see anything strange that is against their president, they're going to report it. So, and some of the things I was hearing for ordinary motorcyclists, you know, I mean, the other girl said to Wadi Maya that, listen, the reason why they love Traore does not speak from people. He speaks from his heart. What comes out of his mouth? He gives 1 hour speech without looking at any people. So she said, look, we believe he's speaking from his heart. And I think that point, when she made that point, it actually got me tearing. I said, wow. I mean, this is great. This is fantastic. This is real. That this guy is not speaking from a prepared test. And some ordinary people are recognizing that he's actually speaking then from his heart, because nobody has written anything for him. And I think that was a fair, you know, for me, it was a very critical point, and I took note of that from the documentary I was watching. But just a quick comment on the Crusoeville thing. You know, Crusoeville, I would say the new arrivals from Barbados who settle in that place, they have a special place in our history. The likes of Abapo and others came from there, right? They are from Barbados.
We said already. We mentioned that already.
No, I wasn't. So they play a critical role in our history. So what I would say to young Crusoeville resident today is to not look up to government, look up to your history, look up to the history of your forefathers, how they stood up for what is good for Liberia. There are too many bad things that have been happening in Liberia for the past, I don't know how many years. We'd like to see young people rise up from Crusoeville, to seize a moment, to seize the history of the people, to stand up to the power that be. Some of them come and be like Abapo. I mean, today we have technology. They didn't start to speak. They didn't start to write. That is what Abapo, this is what Bloody and others stood for. They should seize that moment and seize their own history. That's what I would say.
Thank you. Now, let me segue, Mr. Honorable Pewee and Terminal Joe. Let me segue into, now that we're into history here and we're going back in time, there was an announcement made, big news in Liberia this week, that the opposition True Week Party has made a return and they are back. The True Week Party is back. Honorable Pewee, Honorable George, this is your area. True Week Party, we are talking about Crusoeville. We are talking about the settler, the arrival or the settler. So it's a smooth segue into the rebirth. They say here, the opposition True Week Party has announced the reawakening of the party and its major political activities in the country. Mr. Pewee, they are back. How are they back? How do you see them? Was the prosper of the True Week Party? Can we go back to the original True Week Party? Can they become the grand old True Week Party with all the power and the fame? The grand True Week Party. Is it true that they have there? Have we awakened a giant?
I think it's a good thing to see them to come back and say they try to reawaken, if that is done through some means of them carefully recalibrating the intent of the vision of the 2 weeks part, the 2 week party. It's a good thing to do that because that is in the best interest of what we call a political plurality, if you will, multi-party democracy. That's the hope for Liberia, in saying that it should be a competitive society in terms of how we want to push our political divergence, if you will. But again, the 2 week party is the name. The 2 week party is a nightmare for most of us, our generation before, and the rest of that moving forward, because they led the country for more than 100 years, if you will. So, and they did absolutely nothing. It's a disgrace for them to come and say and get me on this one. It's good that they come back to the process, but it's a disgrace for them to even muster the courage to do this because they failed the people. They're close to 100 some, 180 years old country today. The two-week party led our country for more than 100 years alone as a political institution. And today, our country is not yet connected via good road connectivity in a very small country of 43,000 square miles, if you will. So I don't think that legacy is a legacy that I want to tap into to make a comeback, and that comeback be a complete failure. I will predict it very clearly. They will come back in terms of even winning legislative seat. I don't see them approaching that process. Maybe the intent of this issue is again by some selfish, greedy individuals that are targeting the properties of the two-week party. So they want to come back and get some legal claim on those properties and see if they can leverage them to get some money in terms of the corrupt system they lay for almost a century or more. So this is quite unfortunate that you see that you make sure the party is as a failure. Look at one of the structure they own. The EDO Raw Tower in Monrovia, that tower has been in the more dilapidated mode for more than how many decades? Ever since the civil crisis, that building went in a very much degrading stage. And there was a time the government of Liberia even found means to even sell the property using the eminent domain clause at the time because the building being abandoned by its owner for quite a long time. So the two-week party itself, they play a major role in our country history in terms was it a good one? Absolutely no. So I think it's a debased institution that we should not recognize, and they have no room whatsoever in the political space of our country.
Excellent. Honorable George, brief history of the True We Party. The True We Party, TWP now, also known as the Liberian Whig Party, LWP at the time, is the oldest political party in Liberia and in the entire Africa. It was founded in 1869 by primarily darker-skinned American Liberians in rural areas to actually counter the prejudices of the mulattoes. So where did they go wrong? 1869. Do they have the right to be here? Can they come back? Can they be as vibrant and powerful as they were? Can they rely on their history to make a return?
Right now, everyone's talking about the two major parties in the country, the CDC and the UP. And since 1980, since 1980, 45 years ago, the True Party was removed from power through a military coup. And since then, we had elections in 1985, 1997, 2005, 11, 17, and 23. And since then, the three branches of the government have been controlled by what we call the indigenous folks. And the country is where it is today. 45 years later, where is Liberia today after the True Party was removed from power? And at the time, they were accused of rampant corruption, misuse of public offices, and nepotism, and whatever the tism they can call it. Everything they accuse them of it. But today, here we are. People will tell you, people can argue that during the True Party reign, things were better. They said things were better. Liberia was a peaceful nation. If I were concerned, one of the peaceful nations in the world. Were peaceful, and you could plan your life. Say, well, at the age of 18, I would leave high school. At the age of 17, I'll leave high school. I'll go to college for 4 years. 21 years, I'll get my first degree. After 23, I get my master's. And I will go get to 25. I'll get maybe another degree and be done with school. All that was said. We had Lamco operating, Bomb Mine, Firestone, all these companies. We had Sugar Factory. We had you name everything. We had all the factories in Liberia at the time. operating. The economy was doing good. In fact, just like one U.S. official said, Liberia was growth or development. I mean, our country was growing, but we're not developing. So I think the two parties, they failed to expand the country development infrastructure, to build infrastructure that would benefit the country. So, but then, and the coup took place, and since then, what we have today, we had a war, and today again, we have gone deeper. We are more corrupt than ever before. Everything they accuse the True Party for, they have done worse than them. And that's also another question. Why were the people, why they decided to execute 13 of our citizens on the poll? They were wrong. So today, perhaps the True Party today could come and say, well, you know something? People can say, well, the party have failed. But I think we need to come out of power. Yeah, people talking now. It's better they come out of power. So who knows? We don't know, but if they have money, if they have the infrastructure, they got the structure, they could bounce back. But I think it's a good idea, yeah, but they're coming back on the stage to say, well, they want to challenge the status quo. So that's what happened.
Mr. Gongloe.
But so what that signal about?
This is the symbol
of what? The True Party.
Of True Party, the Grand True Party. Their symbol, their animal is the elephant. And the flag is the green, yellow, and red with the TWP in the middle.
And which other party that have led the country since then? They got the NDPL, they got the MPP.
We had the two-way party, the NDPL, the NPP, and this CDC, and the UP.
And where the country is today? All of them
five. Listen, and I agree with you. Listen, you came up a point to justify. You know you want, and again, it comes from the division. I'm told someone just said you got a tie with the two-way party and other things, right? So you're trying to promote them. So,
of course.
But yeah, let me say this, and that's part of the reason why the third wave is very significant here to money. So we are now coming to this point of agreement here that the two-way party also, but the two-way party took a century ruling the country to
By the way, one of your favorite fans watching you and say they love that you talking. Go ahead, Pewee.
Yes, a century they ruled the country for, right? So going back to the process about those four different political institutions that came, I agree with Sarah. We brought a division argument about the Congo. We brought a sectional aspect of the politics of our country. We said the Congo people versus the country people. And when they rule, I agree with Tomalin from the perspective of saying when they rule in midst of corruption, they were ordered. The order-based process was being exhibited and respected. You will never have troops on the Capitol building ground at the time. They will say, who is that? Joe and those boys from those sides? We don't really see them around here, right? They allow power to be, the structure of the bureaucracy of the state was respected. And we, the country boys, we don't understand. That's what I can say to people. If someone else gets power, we'll bring the order of this bureaucratic respect back. Put the order in place and allow the system to work by itself. I agree, they corrupted the system. Our own people that in the country boy are more corrupt than those people. Those people are also corrupt, but what they did, they tried to bring some semblance of respectability and the ambience of good life got reverberated around the country. But for us, we just damaged everything. That's my perspective.
Let me give Mr. George ample time for his disclaimer. Were your parents or your grandparents ever member of the True Party?
No, my grandfather, he was from Philip George. He's from number seven there.
It's a yes or no question.
I'm just asking you.
No, I remember. No. My other grandfather came from Riverside, when That's
not what I'm saying, man. Answer the question. Mr. Pewee, Mr. Gongloe, you didn't start a teaching here. Before 1980, it was mandatory that everybody in Liberia remember the True Party. They took money. Come on, they took money from your paycheck.
That's
Gongloe. Gongloe. You just started teaching here.
That's all myth. We're all myth.
Listen. When the building of the True Party went to court, Ellen Johnson Sally made it clear the building belonged to the Liberian people because the money that was being deducted from payroll taxes to build the building were taken without a consent. It was mandatory. They just took it from them, so the building belongs to the people.
You talking about EJ Raw building?
EJ Raw building. So if the buildings and the properties of the True We Party were built on the backs of the regular folks, then the building belongs to the people and not to the True We Party. Mr. Gongloe, you are a statistician, you are a historian. Your touch on this, the True We Party is back. And Mr. George, I know my father from Grand Basaka never spoke a word of English, but he was a member of the True We Party. Okay, he had no choice. Talk to me. The True We Party is coming back. What would be
Gilman, I listened to Tomalin and Pewee. Here is what I would say before I address your specific question. You know, two things can be wrong at the same time, just as two things can be right at the same time. They both made points, and those 2 points are correct. The TWP, the government under the TWP was very corrupt. Just as the post-TWP era, there is rampant corruption. But I think there is some difference here. And I'm going to address the apparent reference people is making to other, the state was structured and there was respect for the rule, there was order. People, the reason is that under the TWP, the rest of the population, the majority of the population live at the periphery of the society. They didn't have access to education. There were not many people educated, even many people who went to school and got education, better education. They either have to adopt a Congo name, what I would say Congo name, an English name. I don't want to say Congo name, but an English name or American name, so to speak, in order to have that so-called civilized name for them to assimilate. So that process of assimilation was in full swing, okay? And there are different professors, scholars who have made reference to some of the things that happen under the TWP. But that is not really the argument I want to make. I just want to point out this. The two systems, the two governments, or I would say the two eras, there were massive corruption. But it's just that under the TWP, less people have access to the resources, just small people have, and the majority of people didn't even know what their rights are because the Constitution restricted those rights and access. In the post-TWP era, the country was open in terms of the rule of law, in terms of education. Then people started demanding on the system. So we are seeing more now. It's just like today, in the 80s, things that people will not see even about the budget. We are at the university in the 80s, we used to write or say basically without even knowing what was in the budget. But today, you can go on the Ministry of Finance website, you can go to the LRA website, you can know who is paying tax, who is not paying, and how much you're paying. So there are many things that are happening now that we can, I would say we are getting that exposure. But the key thing I want to point here is, I've raised this question. Post TWP and prior, the era before the coup, we fought for democracy. I keep asking myself, what is the dividends of democracy after so many years, more than 40 years of so-called open country? What is the dividends? The dividends we have in Liberia today, post-1980, massive corruption, poor health, poor education system, poor everything. So I'm asking myself, I'm not saying let's go back to the Congo, the TWP rule, but what is the dividends? So sometimes I'm sitting down thinking, do we need to have a strong man like Ibrahim Traore, who speaks to the country from his heart, loves the country, loves his people, and he's standing up for what he believes will liberate his people? Maybe he would need to have the likes of Paul Kagame. They are not really democratic, but, like some people classify them as benevolent dictator. So they know what is good for the country and they do it. And majority of the people are enjoying it as opposed to maybe opening the country up to everything. We open the country up to all these things, but what we get is massive corruption because the voters are still massively illiterate and in many instances, because of poverty, election time, people go and use what in Liberia we call cash violence and get away with it. So then it's, I was voted into power. But you just use the money that you stole from the people over time. Today, Thomas Fala may not even be defeated anywhere in Liberia because of the massive wealth he has. As long as he continues to run for representative job, I'm not sure there's any big electoral district in Liberia that Thomas Fala will not spend $1 million to make sure he's elected. And there's no other representative candidate that can spend $1 million in a district anywhere in Liberia. So we need to begin to reflect on these things. What is the difference of the democracy post-TWP? TWP was a bad system, but we need to also ask the critical question of the post-TWP era. That's what I would say.
Mr. Winfred Russell, welcome. Today we're having a free flow Friday. Everybody,
look at family.
It started with the Barbados and everything. But
that's the thing we're talking about.
Who does it?
Yeah, my man. Yeah. Happy Friday.
Yeah, we're just flowing.
Yeah, Sylvester, did you have a question for me? I thought I saw your. I thought you were asking me.
No, yeah, it's sound. I want to find out where the sound coming from.
Oh, okay. No, it's like almost 90 degrees here in Minnesota today, so I have my door open.
Wow,
okay. So the weather is good.
Wow.
The weather is always nice here. It's Minnesota now.
No, not always. During the other time, it can be brutal.
Yeah, 3 more months from now, it will flip.
It can be brutal.
No, but on a serious note, right? They talk about the Barbados and everything about reparations, talking about the Pewee party coming. Party, it will take them a lot to come back to power. That I know. But
Mr. Ross, are you a member of the Pewee party?
Why would you think that? Why would you even?
I'm asking a question.
Are you a member?
No, I've never been a member.
But I've never been a member. I was not about Pewee party time.
Mr. Russell, something. What happens is that I remember doing a war, right? Mm-hmm. And people, our names, right? Mm-hmm. By the time people hear our names or not, they just make up this the assumption. Like George.
Yeah, George, the Russells.
Man.
Yeah.
Do you know what? I was stopped. They say, look at you. Then what they were doing, when the war started and those are giving young guys, they were taking arms. So they were wearing boots. What they were doing, they would lift on your foot. They see the mark on your foot, they see the men are new recruit.
Mm-hmm.
So do all that stuff there.
Many people got killed for that.
I never.
Yeah.
Then they say my name Tomalin. Tomalin, why can't I need that? Tomalin. And I thought the people were reasonable people, right? I tried to explain to the guy. I said, look, my dad was chief of Peabody here, and there was a Canadian man I called. His name was George Robert Tomalin. He came from Canada, and he was the cause my dad to come to America to the police academy to school, and because of that, my dad named me after him. Say my son, I'll name my son Tomalin after you. What you did?
It happens all the time, man. It happens all the time.
I got Tomalin. How can you see? I put my bazo in Nyenwolo. My bazo in. I'm putting my name for people to know that I'm not. I'm also a regular guy too. Tomalin Nyenwolo George. But I need my.
What is the meaning of Nyenwolo?
Your hat, my hat. I can't get a bad hat for you. I got good hat for you.
Oh, clear hat.
I see why you love all the politicians.
Yeah, Nyenwolo, yeah, no problem. Say that.
So what you trying to say that you support all the politicians?
No, I say you love all the politicians. I say you love all the politicians.
Yeah. I heard you all saying. I was listening to part of the conversation, and one of the things that I think, and I hope Brother Gayman and Brother Kehleboe will come back on. Because part of what I'm about to say is attributed to comments, at least
when I came on and some of what I heard them say. So one of the things here is that we make up, I know we are a society that believes strongly in a sort of oral tradition. I don't know if that has anything to do with it, what I'm about to say. But many of us know how to lie a lot and make up stories a lot with no factual basis. And when you hear how we spin things and turn things and do all this sort of stuff, and that's part of why now you hear folks saying, okay, what's the evidence? How do you back it up? Because a lot of these things, they don't have any factual basis. A lot of people say, people just say things. So when you talk about the TWP, yeah, there were some excesses that were there. I have no affiliation or relationship with anything, related to the TWP. But I try to take a lot of what I hear, even historical recollections of things that have happened. I try to take a lot of things with a grain of salt and to try to put things in the proper historical context. Okay? Because folks will just run wild with things and just say all this stuff. So, one good person would have been good to have on the show is Percy Harris. He has very good, strong,
where is he, man? I need a contact.
But Ben had told, we were, remember the last time we did that show with Safa Diggs? Yeah, and all of that,
I don't know history. What?
Yes. He's well read, when it comes to Liberian history. So, but in any case, so I heard Mr. Gongloe saying, so there are just so many things. I don't want to be jumping all over the place, but I would just start on this part, that at least part of what he said. Hopefully he's going to come back, talking about, there was this myth, it may have happened. I'm not going to doubt it or knock it or whatever. But again, to put some of these things in historical context. But you will hear some of these things where people will say, oh, people have to change their name to be able to be accepted into society, to be able to go to school, to be able to do that. Okay. It is possible that some people did that. But was there some sort of decree or some sort of universal policy that people had to do that in order to fit in or do whatever? That is not true. I mean, even in this country, in the US, many people, that's not, that we know that, people, take on names and assume names to be able to get accepted or to fit in. As we all know, Bill Clinton, that's not his biological name.
Oh, for real?
No, that's not his biological name. Even Barack Obama, at one time, he called himself Barry to be able to fit in. So people do that. There were many, many people, the Doyens, the Massaquois, the Cromans. There were many people, with indigenous names that I grew up in Nimba. We went to school with many people with nobody forced them to change their names. But sometimes some people on their own volition, they would decide that,
to fit in, you had to change your name sometimes on errors.
Yeah, some people did that, but when you hear folks talking about it,
like like Mr. Gimmer, I think his relative, the late Tomalin, and he was not Tomalin, right?
No, his name was
Thomas Cooper, right?
Thomas Smith. Yeah. Was it Smith or Cooper?
He was Thomas Smith.
Okay.
Chessing, the former Justice Minister Chessing. I think his father was his name was not Chipo, right?
No, his name was Chessing. He grew up with the
Chessing.
Yeah, he was Chipo. He was Chipo, but he grew up with the Chessing.
Yeah, so these things happen. Whoopi Goldberg, that's not her real name.
Oh, really?
That's not her biological name.
Yeah, but that's a stage name. But let me read on.
No. But the point is, man, there have been research done upon research done even in this country where African Americans would take names because they assume that.
Let me read it to you here. Guys, I put it in there to find out why. And it says here, African American names have evolved significantly through our history, influenced by various factors, mainly slavery, emancipation, and the cultural movement. Initially, enslaved people were often given the names of their masters. If you were from a particular plantation, you would carry the name of the owner of that plantation. For instance, in Belushi, Mississippi, the Rosses owned the slave plantation. So all the slaves became Rosses. So yes, it has a historical context. So the same system was adopted in Liberia. I know this for the fact that my younger brother, when he was even sent over to work to live with my uncle in Lac, it was also a part of the structure there that for you to get the benefits of anything on the plantation, you have to go through people who worked there. So since Mr. Peters was employed by Lac, and my younger brother wanted to go to school, he lived with Peters, he became Josiah Peters to reap the benefits. So these things are codified. And then now they said during the emancipation, right? Slaves left the South, they came into the North. And they still wanted to keep their identity because it was now a clique thing. It was like a sorority. If you were from Benjamin and you came to Grand Bassa County and nobody knew you, you didn't have a backup system, like a gang, then you better find other folks from that same territory in Lofa, your band together. So that's how it went. So there's a historical context. If you were living with the Dishiels and you came and you were Gonganu and couldn't pronounce the name Gonganu, and you live with a Dishiel, okay, you are a Dishiel. And then you reap the benefits of it. So it does have a history. Well, Mr. Gongloe here, he just started teaching. But Mr. Kroma, welcome to the show here. You are very young. I don't think you know anything about
No. Let me address the point that you made. Mm-hmm. Now, what I'm saying to you, yes. So you make the point that these things happen for a variety of reasons. People do that, right? But the point I'm making, and what you all were insinuating, at least part of what I picked up, was that this was some sort of universal policy, some sort of universal mandate that you have to do that. People do that, like you correctly said. They want to benefit from the system. If they come, here, they say, okay, you know what happened? I will, my brother, okay, my brother's married to one of my brothers, married to a white American woman, okay? And she, and so my brother had 2 kids by this woman. Before he met her, she had, 2 kids. He met her with 2 kids, right? So the younger girl, they were a boy and a girl. So the girl decided, white American girl, the girl decided to change her name to Russell. So I asked my brother, I said, So my brother told me, my brother had zero, nothing to do with it. They lived there together. So the girl rationalized it by saying, everybody in the house, Russell, and, I just feel odd. And when we travel, they have a different name. So my point is that, I should change her name.
I come in there, Mr. Russell. I come in there, please. So the girl that changed your brother, that's your brother there?
No.
Another girl that was...
No, that's what I'm saying. My brother married this woman and met her with 2 kids.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Okay. But different man, but a white man.
Yeah.
Okay. So the point I'm trying to drive home with that example,
they took your brother's last name instead of their father's name.
Yeah. I mean,
and the reason that everybody carry the name, so you bring.
You treat that your
yeah, that may be. Yeah, that may be.
I mean, Tomalin. Yeah,
this NBA player. I heard Shaquille O'Neal, right? I heard that his father was a policeman, right? And
there were so many of them. There were so many of them.
I agree sometimes with you on that. But in terms of you saying, hey, well, universal in Liberia, now listen, they didn't legislate a law in Liberia to say they should do this, but the system compare these people to do these things. So
but that's what, okay, but people, but that's the point now. That's the point you're making. That for a variety of reasons, people on their own volition will say, okay.
They almost came that this professor that said.
So if you keep like my brother, like in the case of my brother, so the guy said okay, no, this is what I want to do. I'm going to change my name. No, don't change your name because I don't want anybody to think. I mean, like she felt that
Russell.
Yeah, unlike for us in Liberia, in the 50s, before when the University of Liberia, you need to start open up in the 50s, right? You couldn't have a Pewee or say you wanted to go to the University of Liberia.
That's a lie, Pewee.
That's correct.
In the 50s,
all those people who went there,
in the 50s or not. I come in now. You didn't allow me. You didn't have to land. You didn't have to land.
No.
In the 50s, I come in.
That's not true.
Pewee, 1 minute. Pewee, 1 minute. Russell, you are swimming against the tide of history here. I'm just reading it.
No, I'm not swimming against the tide.
What
I'm trying to
listen. Mr. Russell.
Against the tide.
Mr. Russell, I'm reading. Listen.
Fambules,
Amaras,
all those people who were there.
Sir.
Honest.
You are talking about exception to the rules here. Listen, let me tell you this now. We are talking about a system that was actually copycatted into Liberia. And let me read it. I just read the history, and it says here, it said the early enslavement and early name changes and the pattern. Well, listen to the pattern here.
What are you reading? You going on ChatGPT? What are you reading there? What is that you reading?
This is the history here.
What are you coming to be reading? That's ChatGPT.
Listen here, man. Listen. I want you to go here. You go to the Congress. You can go to the Library of Congress. You will see the same thing. Enslaved and early name changes. The historical text now. Enslaved Africans were often stripped of their original names and identities and were given new names by their enslavers. Isn't the same thing when you come from the interior and come with a tissue, they change your name? Isn't that the same thing?
The people didn't change their names.
Let me rest. Let me rest. Let me rest. After emancipation, some formerly enslaved people adopted on their own the surname of their former owners. Others chose new such name as freedmen. Then the rise of distinctive African black names and why they became Jamar, Latasha, and others became associated with African names to emancipate themselves from slavery. Now, let's go back to Tom Smith being Tom Wowiyu. This is the man that has been Tom Smith all his life to fit in. 1980, right after the coup, he emancipated himself. He went back to his original name of Wowiyu. So you see the pattern here. Go ahead, Mr.
Question, right?
Yeah.
No, let Pewee go ahead.
He fell from the Duka.
In the mattress.
The mattress, true.
Yeah, that's what history say.
I mean, you gotta check behind someone because a lot of those things are false.
Listen to
they see where they got this false narrative that these people
let's go. Go ahead.
That they left the black widow attack the men at time. The black widow say, man, you roll. Is it
You were chief of security at the Duke, and when he stole the money and
he stole money?
No, that was the charge against him. He wrote himself into the Winfred,
but you can mute me from there.
Mute your phone. There you go. Yeah, go ahead, Pewee.
That thing got Tom. Oh, you mad at it?
Oh man.
You know, Tom, what you can hear that strategic. You know, Charles is a very strategic leader. You know, Koto and Taylor, David, Papa went after him. Papa say for the airflow. But let me go back to this thing we're just talking about not too long ago, and I mean what I'm saying. And I spoke to, you know, the whole thing, Mr. Russell. I'm not intentional on what I'm saying. This, I'm not. It's not about me trying to say things in a way that to target certain people or so that brought this segregation process in the country. People did different kind of examination in terms of how they wanted to adapt the system and draft through their way whatsoever. But it is said that the University of Liberia, when it was established in the early 50s, moving forward to even get an admission in the University of Liberia was a very difficult process. The bottleneck and the bureaucratic proceedings and part of your nomenclature matters at the time. And so how one will get admitted in the university. It's a very clear process. And that's why at the time, look in the line of the admission issue on the university campus. You only find the Johnson, the Totman, the Weeks, the Coopers, the Smith, the Josh, the Russells. Those are the names. You only find the Kruman, the Pewee, the Double C. I mean, those you only find those.
You find a gay man there too?
No bioga.
You won't find the bioga. You won't find the bioga. You won't find you won't find the side. You find the top. You find the Boakai. No, it was to find those and again. Let me qualify my statement. To allow the Pewee or the Boakai or the Cowboy to attend the University of Liberia, you need to have one of those Russell Cooper to vouch for you. And that's the kind of a condition I created at the time. They make it very difficult and uncomfortable. Why do you think most of our parents at the time changed their names?
Pewee.
Okay. No. Hold on.
Pewee,
let me respond to what you said.
No, real quick. Pewee, how did Boakai wind up at CW? What did he do to be
Come again?
He worked
how did
Boakai talking about the walking part?
Boakai, when he came from Wasanga, when he walked,
why didn't Boakai have to change his name?
Listen.
I come and I said an example.
He said, "I need now."
No. I said an example. I said to do that, so one we have to vote. One of those permanent individuals we have to vote for you to allow you in the system. For Boakai's situation, Boakai worked in the cafeteria.
And the janitor.
So because of that, they're allowing to keep his name. I mean, you guys need to stop this sort of.
No, but it's a reality. That's the reality.
Yeah, you guys need to stop this stuff.
Listen, it is painful to the Congo people to hear this, but that's the reality.
No.
It's not about being painful. It's about
that's the fact.
What?
You know, it's about. I mean, you guys are you. That's a lie.
No, it's not.
It's not. So how can you say it's a lie when
it's a lie? Because if you look at the history,
listen. I come with me. Too many.
A whole list.
If you went somewhere and say your knee is bioga, they say what did they supposed to say?
Look at it.
Where is that?
Where is that? Stop lying.
Where is that? I come with Mr. Russell. No, 1 minute. Where is Bob Joel? Where is that ball coming from with this?
Look
at me. He's not even you call.
These are
Bob Joel.
Pewee.
Why not Winfred? Oh, is it that Winfred? Yeah, Winfred. That small Winfred. Who is that Bioga boy?
Mr. George.
To get his out of this, yeah.
Mr. George.
I don't Bioga in this place.
That's a lie.
Mr. George.
Yeah. You guys never happened.
Pewee, we were on this show and we brought Deacon Carlo, right? And Deacon Carlos said after he and Oscar Queer and Baker Matthew applied for a permit to use the pavilion, what did he say when he went for the interview? The Oliver Bright looked and God said, "And who is this?" And the other man say, "Oscar Queer." And Frank Thomas said, "Who?" or Kwekwe want to use our place, our building.
Okay.
And he said, and what's your name? And the other man said, and Deacon Carter. I said, where you from? He said, I'm from Sano. He said, and you want to use our pavilion? He said, you better kick them out of here.
This sort of dangerous
yeah, that's not your yellow. They'll take away my telephone. Then they'll take your phone to call the receptionist. They say, how well if Bob Joe will allow those country boys to come in this premises? Where are you doing that?
I'm going to play some of the clips from the was it the commission? How they call it? The Truth and Reconciliation Commission.
Listen to that.
Listen to some of these things, and you, Mr. Kroma, we the reason we're not talking because you're too young, you don't know. But if you have heard about some of these stories in your lifetime, talk to us about the segregation in Liberia. Before
no. Before you go into Mr. Kroma, you got we have to correct and address some of these historical half-truths.
Yes.
And revisionism that you guys are coming up.
Oh, I'm glad you said half-truth. I know you agree. First you say it was a lie, now you say half-truth. So we're getting somewhere. So
that's why I
said
no. I said lies, half-truths, and mis.
Tony, have you listened to the Oman Pear Brown book after Pear Brown book? Yeah, get some real. So she said one other time to a legend of something. She said before, our people wouldn't allow us to be sitting when you people ain't talking.
That's
now
right.
You have to teach and adopt you people in the system. Then you're trying to open up this way.
Is it?
And do those things.
And my family say, I should have no comment. My family say,
you see the hypocrisy, right? You see, we're all laughing and joking. If you brought up one of the whether it was a Bassa group or a Pella group, and start making fun and joking, people will get outraged.
Nobody will get outraged. Nobody will get. They probably do more.
No.
The whole the stereotype about us. I tell you 1 minute, Mr. Russell. 1 minute, Mr. Russell. 1 minute. Don't
Mr. Russell me. Just call me Winfred. Don't Mr. Russell me.
Okay. Okay. But I always Mr. Russell you and you talk.
No. Don't Mr. Russell me.
Okay, Winfred. Okay, Bob Russell. Okay, Bob Russell. But let me say this to you. We've been stereotyped than any kind of a people back in the country, particularly some of the indigenous people. For instance, the Loma people. They say the only thing we know how to do, and that is they say, oh, that Bob, a boozer boy, they don't know how to go join to the army. He will just go and be sunny on the people.
You know what?
We didn't get angry.
These guys come, but I have to address some of the things to put some things in to try to help to put some things in the proper historical context. One of the things that we are good with doing is just making up stories, lying. The same lies we told about all of the other stuff. Joe had this well, and he put all the manor and Gil and women and children all in there, and blah 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 blah. Joe had a pond at the executive mansion with alligators and all these things they used to get through and dump people in there.
But whoever said that?
That stuff was all around. All this myth, all the big story. Yeah, that's they're all lies. So, Tomalin and Siliki, you guys, where is the University of Liberia? The University of Liberia is where it's in Montserrat County. Many of those people who came, they settled along the coast in Monrovia, in Buchanan, in Greenville, and in Harper. Okay? My folks, and I tell this story all the time. I was born in Cardwell, Upper Cardwell, which is considered upriver, but I grew up in Nimba, in Ganta, where I went to school and did, and all.
So you got like
my grandfather. Listen now, my grandfather.
The guy really called it upriver. He was born upriver. Those guys were born downriver and other things. So those things came in and you went.
My man, I'm trying to address.
I just want to remind you as you move on the yourself now. You're going back to the upriver thing.
Because I'm born upriver. Why you got to do anything now?
No, but that's the same thing. Why
you got to do it?
Did nobody ask question if you were born upriver? Were you born upriver? No, he was not born upriver. You were born in the bush. So you see, the upriver, downriver thing is a problem too. But you can continue, Russell.
What is the problem now? You know, if you don't understand why people say the things that they say or the phrases they use, you need to ask questions. They say upriver because a lot of those communities are along the Simple River. Okay, all those communities I'm talking about, where I was born, they were along the Simple River.
Why they can say okay? They accumulated downriver. Why they can say downriver? Why they can say downriver?
Where do you want to say downriver?
You ever heard them say downriver and somebody live downriver? Why they can say downriver? They will always be upriver. It's the poor.
What up and down? Why is just a name? Even people say that we live up there at Mississippi River, down Mississippi River.
No, if they live up, they will say live up. If for us back in Liberia, all of them will always say up.
You are just trying to twist things to fit your own divisive narrative.
But you cannot.
No. People say greater. They say greater Liberia, the hinterland, greater. I mean, they have all these different nomenclatures for different geographic areas. Okay, it has nothing to do with it's because of the river where these settlements were. But anyway, the point I'm trying to make, you're trying to distract me all over the place.
No, I'm not. Go ahead, please.
So these the University of Liberia, because I mean the University of Liberia is in Montserrat County, it's in Monrovia. Many of those folks where I'm from, or Garguah, in that whole region, that whole area, high school did not even go there until 1964-65. You have high school in Lofa, in Grand Jida, in Sanikole, all over the place. Even where I went to school was put there in 1926. Garguah is about 17 miles outside of Monrovia. High school did not even go there until 1964-65. The bridge to connect that part of Montserrat County to Monrovia did not get built until 1966-67. Those people used to take their basket, their food, they cut their palm nut and stuff, put it in the canoe, and come all the way down to Stockton Creek and go down to where Waterside to sell their market. My uncle tells me. So the point I'm trying to make, Tomalin, is that these are very poor people living out there. They were not these elite living there in Monrovia and in these coastal cities. They did not have these opportunities. So many of those people who were there, who their kids, those are the ones who are going to LU. So if you didn't come from, if there was no way to come from all the way up in Nimba or whatever, the few people who made it there, those are the people who went to the school.
Russell.
Okay,
but the thing is this though, Liberia is the country, I don't know what I can say, were built on lies or started with lies or what, because first of all, they had all these funny holidays. They said Matilda Nipot on December 7 or 7 or what she did, the people were trying to attack the executive mansion. She went and fired the cannon, and the people, the British ran away. Had another one that said had all these funny holidays, funny myths about Liberia, about during the story they have about Liberia, and they were all lies.
But you have to understand, Tomalin.
Sylvester, I want you to listen to this. The reason I keep going to Liberia Congress and Wikipedia is for us to put this in historical context. Let's read what it says here. It says the American Liberian, the minority, many of whom were mixed race at the time from the United States, African American, viewed the native majority in Liberia as racially inferior to themselves and treated them much the same as the white American treated the slaves here. And then let's jump to the next one here, which is the Fenanopo episode, for which Liberia was condemned for slavery, basically slavery. Who were?
Do you know who write Wikipedia? Do you know who update Wikipedia? No, I'm asking you.
There
I'm not
you
saying,
go.
do you know?
Listen.
It
doesn't matter. These are factual history. You can't tell me.
These are.
You can't tell me.
Can update
Listen,
Wikipedia.
we understand this.
Historical
we understand
records,
this.
and if you want to come up with with some rigorous historical. You not be reading Wikipedia, man.
Listen, Mr.
You will be quoting
Wilfred
Wikipedia.
Russell. That's false, because if I went to that and pull out the Fernando Poe record, it is a historical record that can be gathered anywhere. It doesn't matter whether it is Wikipedia or Library of Congress, it is there. Anybody can access the Fernando Poe report.
Jerome, do you know how Wikipedia?
I'm not saying that. I'm telling you, the report that is there, the Fernando Poe report, doesn't matter whether it's on Wikipedia.
I'm not saying. What I'm saying, if you go,
but don't go there. Don't go there. Let's read the Fernando Poe report. And if you disagree, do you recognize that there was such thing as a Fernando Poe report?
Fernando Poe crisis.
I mean, like we all studied that in school.
Okay, so you know it's factual.
What are you talking about?
So
I'm just talking in general. I'm just telling you.
No, but so you know it is.
So okay, what's your point, man? What's your point?
The point here is the elite class of Liberia took the native, the less privileged people, and used them as slaves.
No, but
and they were condemned.
Again, a historian is telling me yesterday that WikiLeaks can be updated by anyone.
That's the point I'm making.
So we
are not talking about
Wikipedia.
Listen to this. Listen, you're missing the point. The Fernando Poe report is everywhere. You don't have to go to WikiLeaks. You can go to the Library of Congress. You can go to the Liberian Historical Society. It is there. So it doesn't matter where you upload it, you can get it from anywhere.
The bottom line is
the Fernando Poe report is factual.
You rely on Wikipedia.
No, we are not. We are relying on the history. Don't blame Wikipedia. Let's go to the Fernando Poe report. Wherever you can source it from. Let's go to it.
I'm done with you. I mean, I mean, I can't. You know. You are consumed with all of this sort of
and then Friday we will do politics more now. Let's go to politics.
Yes, go ahead.
Okay.
Go ahead. Let's go, okay. Mr. George.
On Monday, the speaker will be having a major news conference. And he has invited, will be a joint news conference with Spoon, closing argument, I think, OKFM and another station. Okay. We'll be simulcasting it. We'll be at that joint conference, and at that conference.
So, who from the closing argument is going to be representing the network on that interview?
Well, I don't know yet. We'll decide. We haven't decided, but we'll send somebody there. We'll be there representing the closing argument. Will be
okay. So it would be represented.
I know from Spoon Stanton will be there representing Spoon there, so we'll find out. But
Spoon will be in Liberia.
No, it'll be you know,
it'll be a virtual.
Virtual. I just want to make sure, because I was in the courtroom when his passport and everything were taken, so I want to make sure if you say.
Oh yeah, I got on that.
Yeah, I'll cover that story. So if you say you were last, I want to make sure you were.
It'll be a virtual about something. But Julius Jan, I think a lot of guys will be in Liberia on the ground. So and hopefully, like I said yesterday, hopeful after that press conference, before 12 o'clock noon, the whole issue will be brought to rest, and we'll see what happens next. But also, again, another issue I wanted to say is that this guy who was this fake doctor that revoked his license yesterday, right? This guy, this guy was working in Maryland with a palm company there. He was a medical doctor. Then he left from there. He went to Ganta. He worked in Ganta from 2016 to 2019. He went there. He left from there. He went to Bapuru, to a chief medical officer in Bapuru. He member of the U.S. Surgeon Association. This guy, they said that I'm informed that when the issue came about, they said the senator called Boto Kane. She went to the Liberian Medical Dental Association. She started rolling on the ground, crying for this guy, because she said the guy did so much good in Bapuru for them. He performed successful surgeries and so forth. And even they said for the American, all of them know this guy. And when he was leaving, when they removed him from his job from Bapuru, people were crying for this guy. So my question was, they said the guy was able to manipulate for many years through the Liberian health system until the issue came about, I think, when he became the president of the Liberian Medical, for the Liberian nurse, what they call themselves, he became the president. He started raising an issue about him. Started checking, asking for his credentials, and then came to find out there was a guy that died in Sierra Leone, Peter Matthew George. He died during Ebola. That the guy, I think that the guy stuff he took, and were able to come to Liberia to perform all of that. So I want for all to touch on that and to end our conversation, maybe Mr. Gamer, with the issue people are talking today. The issue raised by Martin Colley about the military pay. People are saying, oh, Martin want to cause instability in the country because he said that. For me, I come from a different school of thought. Anything that disparity, that what brought the crisis. That what brought, according to said, soil wasn't getting the right pay and poor. But Martin gave the issue where somebody generator costs more than what the military man is making. How can somebody be paid for a generator $3,000 plus a month and military man making $184? Look, and I think this morning we had a long conversation on the call. This morning, and we're talking about the issue in our country, the disparity in the country. Look, I don't know whether our generation will change it, but from what I'm looking at things, I don't think so. Maybe not even our grandchildren generation will change it, because we got far way to go until the entrenched political system in our country, until they can get them from the root of the ground the hole in the country, will be in that problem for a long time. Because when you challenge the system, and you can imagine now, for the since when each of our every election cycle, that's one of the best candidates in the race. But guess what? At the end of the day, it became binary choices that we'll be hanging with. And right now, we're heading the same path again. I foresee there is the same results, the same binary choices we'll have again come 2029, and then they're coming and say you're doing the same thing but expecting different results. So I don't know whether we'll ever get it right. But the two things, Mr. Gamer, we can close on these two things, and maybe I don't know. That's it.
Yeah, but like, I think we need to get Siliki in. He been patiently quietly.
Siliki, this one you can charm me on this because
Liberian history is not based on age.
It's based on age because this one.
No, it doesn't. Have you met Percy Harris?
This one is a personal thing that he has experienced, and his orientation will give him a better perspective on this.
Were you around doing the Fonadapo thing that you talked about?
No, but given I agree, it's not based on age. Trust me.
We're not talking about age. What I'm saying, his orientation better suits this particular topic.
Who told you that?
But that's my opinion. That's my opinion. I didn't say it was fact. That's my opinion. The argument here is if Martin Colley is exposing everybody, his mother worked with the Joseph Walker administration where she was promoted and make 3 times as much as most of the people they are talking about. And if his mother is benefiting hugely from this administration, and he is not pointing her out, then they think that he is more hypocritical than the people he's trying to point out. That's the argument. You're saying.
No, but Mr. Gimme, I mean, I don't know why attacking a mother for. If they have a problem with that, then I mean, the man, he's a mother is not a public figure. So he's saying these things to give. He knows about that. He disparity in the country. You can't pay somebody $184. Person in charge of providing defense and security of the country, and somebody tell generators might begin 3,000 people. I mean, look, this thing is just I want to work, but y'all because I'm getting
Siliki, we are talking about disparity, and this one now is class. People who empower power versus powerless. The people in power, generator made $3,600 a month, and a gentleman who is defending the nation makes $184 a month.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Given, and good evening to everybody. So, it's good to be here. So, actually, I saw Mountain Post today, and I listened to Spoon before coming on, and there's a gentleman there too. He's from the Internal Affairs. He's a civil servant, I think he's a spokesperson for that group, and now he's currently on there, talking about how they've been deprived of their salary for 7 months, and they've been having some conversation how to get that money, and how much is the salary? $90 per month, but they can't pay them 7 months. They owe them, and every time they go, according to him, they went to a meeting. They told them we'll pay you after the election in Lima. How can people work for money and you hold a salary because of the election in Lima? But again, this is wicked. This is sad, and it just speaks a lot about the kind of people we let in leadership. But again, Mr. Gaiman and the rest of the people listening to us this evening, you don't want to blame the government 100%. You blame the same people, because just think about it. I used to do a hustle on the airport, on the Rabat International Airport around 2018, 2019. You go to that airport, you see workers at the airport that saying they've not been able to take a pay for like 7 months, 8 months, but they are still there working. And you know what it depending on? When you come in the country, they go and hold your bag, come out of the terminal, they want you to get in $30, $20. And when travelers come in the country, they kind of $20, $30 collect. They are satisfied with that and don't even bother whether the government paid them or not. And this is how the entire civil servant across the country is being operated. Because think about it, Patrick Hunter, that generator is about $3,000 per month, just benefit outside of his salary. And you have, they promise to pay you $90. And at the end of the month, they can't pay you that money. For example, the guy I just mentioned about from the internal ministry, that guy now can receive a 6-month salary, his own school, crying, begging, saying they should talk to the president for them to pay them. And you get other people. Mariah just posted that she's currently at Calabar, but the VIP session is packed with government officials. They cannot get to the VIP session. I know George Lobo is there, the rest of the other people they are there. They get money to go to Calabar, but somebody who is a common man can't get $90 in a month. This is complete wickedness. And when you come to the media and talk, they say, you own a man in the government. Well, you deprive somebody from a salary for 7 months, 6 months. They go to meetings, you promise all people. Look at some of the excuses they gave, Mr. Gaiman. You refuse to pay me, and I come to you, I tell you, say, pay me, you say, that the election in Nima finished. What the election in Nima got to do with my salary? And when you say they use the government resources in the Nima election, they deny it. They say that lie. But again, when election comes to them, you see people will say, somebody not get experience, and Joseph Barker and Joe Yard get experience, they will get a country to them. And when you see people come there, they deprive them. And this is, sometimes you want to talk, but at the end of the day, you say, but what am I even hurting my head? Because even today, the people Martin posted about, I don't want to go into the army, issues, because those people, they are professional people, for security reasons, I don't want to go there. But Martin also spoke about some drivers to the MCC. They are taking about $60 to $65 per month, and all the other people. So you think about, if election is today, those people, when you ask them, they say that Joseph Barker and John Yali won. And when the people come to power, they deprive them of their salaries. So this is complete wickedness. You can't do this. What George Lobo is doing, that he's getting money on time, but somebody who go to work every day, get children to send to school, get family to feed. George Lobo is sitting down to Calabash, VIP to there, and I mean on radio crying for you to pay a 7 month salary. This is complete wickedness. It sounds funny, but this is complete wickedness. You don't treat people like this.
So someone will have you get problem with that.
Let me say that, and again, there are coming to money on a serious note. The issue, people will always go to the Calabar. And I think we shouldn't reference the Calabar people going to government official who are going to the Calabar. The issue is that the government. The government should.
I'm coming at 1 minute. 1 minute. 1 second, Chief. I beg you. I'm not saying people can go to Calabar. Do you think that the gentleman who is on spoon tonight, if that guy was being paid, his 7 month salary, you think that man will be on spoon? He will not be on spoon.
Yes, I will say, and I think if you call George Lobo, it's unfair.
Yeah, but do you think when George Lofa was being treated the same way that gentleman is being treated, you think George Lofa will be to Calabash?
George Lofa is not working in government.
But the man hustling, the man get
They will respect his privacy also because he's not a government. He's not taking government money.
George Lofa work at LBS. He have a show there. Maybe you don't know that.
No, he have a show. He does not work with LBS. He got a show. He on a show.
But
Who gave him the show?
Let me serious now. Let me serious, right?
It's a show the state broadcast, but he's not an employee of the government.
You gotta Siddiqui, we gotta have evidence on this thing, right? Number one, number two.
Yeah, so I don't know that he's getting any money from government. They got a long time, so he can afford to say that.
Okay,
it's not expensive to stay in the Calabar. It's not expensive.
Okay, like 2,000 every story.
You have a drink.
2,000 every story. Right now, the guy
So, for me,
you gotta find out. You gotta do what they call due diligence. Find out where really this get a 2,000 story before you make a conclusion. Okay, why he's saying that? Okay, but my concern is what I said earlier. What Martin posted today. Martin posted facts there. You got a document, put it there. Okay, but you shouldn't also equate it that people going, look, it is true. Russell, you get from Liberia, and Pewee, Ben, you all go Liberia, Game, all of us. Today, Friday night, are true. You passing on a Single right now, you start from Broad Street. They play a big jam pack from Single. Everywhere.
The rooftop, Royal, the rooftop,
they crying, but guess what? They pack there. The young girls there, the young men there, the people in America there, and the government official there. Everybody having their fun there. Okay. But you cannot just say, oh, these people some people there, you know where they got their money from. So, but again, the question is, issue he wrote today is that people are attacking him. No, I attack the man. The man already facts. You can't debunk the facts. It's what I'm saying. The man working there. I mean, as support look, what happened today? The people are attacking the man today. Some of them was very few, just 2 years ago. They were on Facebook attacking CDC official government. Attacking them for the same thing they're attacking for. A proper guy,
he's correct to do what he's doing. The advocate says
the problem say the man put the economy security. What security, Sonny?
Yes, I'm coming now.
What security?
It is obvious that
I'm gonna get very.
I'm coming. What he wouldn't do in other society, and what you would not do in other areas. I agree with the advocacy. I agree with exposing government if the government is involved. I come in home and I come in chief. I agree if the government is indulging into those kind of mafia things should be exposed. I'd agree to that.
Yeah.
But to say that you got a salary of the military.
Yeah.
And the salary of a military, that should be somehow, and maybe push those kind of a thing. If we don't know if those are things that are classified or not classified, we take look down on that. I agree with the advocates of other areas you say, but when it comes to the security apparatus, where people believe that it's a violation of our national security laws of the country, it should also be respected. And then where I have some little problem as to if those things, because the military is a very sensitive institution. In other areas, we don't play with it. Here, they don't play with it. But all that we don't respect our society too much to the extent that we violate other things everybody believes is advocacy.
Yeah, but Pewee,
national security.
Pewee, I disagree with you. We publish.
National security is very paramount. National security is very paramount. I agree that other people generate. Again, have we established the facts in some of these things and come out and say, well, listen. I agree to those.
Let me say something.
But our security should be protected.
We have gone into the salary, the benefit for the IG. It's a public thing. We criticize Gregory Coleman back and forth. All these things we have done so. I think if it's factual, I don't care where it comes from. We have published the president's salary, the IG, everybody. I think there's nothing wrong with this military, our folks, the police, the immigration officer. Their plight is our plight. There is nothing wrong. If the government knows that these areas are critical, they will take care of those areas.
Look, let me say something, right? Prior to come to the States, I worked with immigration. Okay, at that time, the former president brother, I worked with his brother-in-law. They were working there. I was, very, very key area there too. And what I noticed there, it's still happening every 3 months in Liberia. Every 3 months, they get what I think they call joint security operation. They get huge sum of money. They divide that money. They call joint security stuff. They get everybody that money. The police, the immigration, fire service, the national NSA, the armed forces, they divide our money among themselves. They tap that bribe, divide our money every 3 months. They say for joint security operation. That money is in the budget. The money is going. And but mind you, when I remember doing those days, even up to now, when in Liberia, when you're driving, coming from the club or somewhere, coming from the club or somewhere, 2, 3 in the morning, in the rain, they got it in the rain. You see it on the rain. They're there. When they got a checkpoint, when the checkpoint stop you, so I say, got to put it in the ring. I mean, and the person, and then mind you, that is my point I got. These people are the people, they are national security people, right? People can infiltrate them because if they don't get paid well, okay? And the people see it, let me be frank. And if you talk about change, I expect that you will take care of the security people, the police, the army, take their pay. So I don't care that they expose it. I mean, Martin, I encourage you to do it more because maybe it will be somewhere to stop. We can't defend that kind of thing there. It's not fair. You can't defend it. It's wrong.
I don't understand where the security implication is in doing that. I mean, in exposing that. I don't see any you know no, I don't. I think we're just over exaggerating and everything is national security.
But y'all go ahead.
What did they say? The security people calling you? Go ahead, Mr. Russell.
No, Tomalin knows all the politicians. So I don't think that's
The friend of all the somebody calling you say you should cut the show off. Go ahead, Mr. Russell, and after you, Mr. Kehleboe.
No. I was just saying that I don't see where the national security implication may be in trying to put some sunshine on the information out there and about the disparities in salaries and remuneration. So I think calling it a national security issue or hiding behind national security issue is only to deflect and to hide from the reality of the difficult situation that we find ourselves in as a nation.
Kehleboe.
Yes.
If you wanted to address corruption, isn't that one of the areas that you would, because for someone to work for $184 and then for 4 or 5 months you don't pay them, isn't that corruption when you're holding their salary? You're using their money for other things and you're taking it from the line item and you're putting it into something else, using it. And then the people who are entitled to it don't have access to their family for 6, 7 months. Isn't that corruption?
That is beyond corruption. That's wickedness.
That's wickedness. Go ahead, Kehleboe.
Yes, I agree it's beyond corruption. But I'm not going to talk for any legislators who is in that situation, because I think they are all part of the basket of public servants. So I'm not going to talk for any of them. But here what I want to speak to on the army salary issue. We can't have it both ways. When the April coup, when the 1980 coup took place, and ordinary people moved into the Bakery Training Center and saw where the army people were living, into shuffling and saw it, they said, wow, how these people who expected these people to keep the security of the state, see how they kept them. See the places were laying down. Okay? After more than 40 years, see where we are. We are back to square one. Yes, the BTC is they got modern buildings. Camp Shuffling got modern buildings. But I said I want being Shuffling because my son lives in Shuffling. He's part of the military. It's a very small room, smaller than a normal size of a room. Because it's not meant for you to live there with your family. He has his wife and children. They live in Brooklyn. He rent for them. How much does he make? $150. You take out taxes. So it's not really $150. They take out taxes, then they pay all the things to the army or whatever. What really comes is like maybe $110 or so. That's what comes to. That's his real take home. Then one of my students that I taught in Tomalin way back, he's a captain in the immigration service in Liberia. He has actually sent me the text message from the bank where you get bank notice. His net that hits his bank account is $96, not $100, $96. And I told him I don't have money. What I'll do, I'll be giving you $30 every month, at least to make your money to go above $100. It's real. What these guys are doing to the security sector in the country is real. People should talk about it. Here in the United States, all the agencies got inspector general that is independent, that checks on the operation of presidential appointees and even other people who are not presidential appointees. They check on them to ensure that everything is functioning, is in line with the guidelines of the federal government. They're meeting all of the standards. In Liberia, we don't have inspector general for the ministry with that responsibility, but we have GSE. So GSE up to audit all the ministries. Even there is no law that says NSA cannot be audited. I can tell you I will end on this argument. When Double Jala was at the procurement, public procurement, when he was at PBCC as the executive director, here is what happened. Brandon Samoka was the defense minister then. And the defense ministry procurement, they were just saying everything they were doing is say stationary and all they say national security implication. They didn't want to go through PBCC process. And he has put in place a mechanism that if you get your vendor, before finance ministry pay the vendor, you should have PPCC stamp on your voucher to know that that procurement services went through the PPCC process. So it created a problem for the Ministry of National Defense. And he and Brandon went to President Salih. And he insisted that, Madam President, in other countries and like in Liberia, I should get national security clearance to see what they're procuring. And I'm the executive director. I'm the only one who will see it. It will not be all the staff. So I will handle the people. Give me national security clearance. Everything cannot be national security. Even the buying water for the office national security. No, we cannot do that. He stepped up and to the credit of President Salih, she agreed. And the defense ministry started to submit to PBCC process. And now all the things they're doing in millions and that, it started to streamline, started to come down. When you look at the previous years of purchases without PBCC involvement, and when PBC got involved, you could see the vast difference. He did the same thing with the judiciary. The judiciary was saying they can't go through PBCC. He insisted that they should go through it. Okay? In fact, I tried to assign a procurement officer there from the FMTP, the training school, the procurement training school, which I was director for. The Chief Justice at the time, Francis Kopok, I had a meeting with him. And they said they could not take our people. Okay? So there's something chronic in our country. We try to have from transparency. I think Martin called it exposing what is happening to the AFL, what is happening to the immigration service personnel in terms of low salary, contrary to what the Minister of Finance said, that under his watch, no civil servant will take on less than $150 US. That is why Augustine Garguah announced a year ago, Pewee, Allah.
That's right.
Pewee confirmed this. The Augustine Garguah promised that no civil servant will go home with less than $150 US.
He did.
Today, people are still taking less than $150. So that's why GSC must go into all these institutions. We cannot cover all. That's my position.
Pewee.
Martin call it kudos, continue. Double up.
Pewee.
Yes.
Yes. You know, this thing here about, you know, it's just it's so, you know, I was on another platform with Josiah Joker and all these people that they're bringing changes to this and pay equity and all that big terminology Joker was using. What's going on here? You are muted.
Is a joke.
Yeah, come again.
Yeah, I say I was on another platform with this guy called Josiah Joker. And he was supposed to be this expert. He was going to Liberia and he was going to put in the system and equity and all of this and pay on time and everything. And after almost 18 months now, we are hearing that people are 7 months in the arrear.
Listen, we you know, the system, the payroll system back in the country and other system we have, it is a deeply convoluted situation we have that we need a very honest and systematic process to go do. I can imagine at the time of the General Auditing Commission, there was some audit validation process that was done to ensure, number one, the system process first and foremost, put system in place, leave from the system process and go back to the payroll structuring process. There's a serious problem we have with those things currently in the country. And if you heard people like Honorable Josiah Joker saying what he was saying at the time, what just meant this was in a cosmetic tone, meant to just blow some loose horn to get the attention of other people in the United Party or the president, that he can get the job done and all of things. Listen, the entire process they were on, moving with high speed, if considerably reduced in terms of the changes he said he will have put in place. Now, what Mr. Gongloe just said just now, it is a commitment of the Minister of Finance quite recently. This September will get him 1 year since he was appointed moving forward. And he made the commitment, the budget being in place now for some time. We have people stay in the system, in the civil service structure, carrying home 68 United States dollars. Trust me, 68 United States dollars. 68, I'm not paying. With the amount I'm paying, the security guy in my yard is far more than that, almost times 3 of that. And mean that's outside the system, right? Because we want to respect the rule and the minimum wage we have. So if you pay a civil servant that amount of money, and then you have a lot of people that just back all in terms of salary payment. So that's 7 months, 6 months, all of things. Then how do you even hit before you say you're going to tell me, can you pay them retroactively so that you can be on par with the current wave of the salary payment? It's a serious problem. And listen, I didn't go against, and too many were saying, I'm not against Comrade calling for this. And listen, and we all celebrate his intent. We all celebrate the intent, but just in certain area for me, I want to, and I agree with some portion. For me, I agree with portion of what Gongloe said. Gongloe was talking about the Ministry of Defense. I can remember there was a time John Molu came up with a serious process, right? That's the time the former Minister of Defense, when he was routing all over the area, when Molu insisted that there should be an audit on the fence, the bay around the barrack that we have, the barrack on the Camp Kehleboe barrack from Camp Suffering. They said the news close to $3 million to bid to put that fence there. And at the time, there was some procurement person he called up in the audit report. He got mad. I think the executive director of audit, we said was heading the audit process at the time. The debt audit on the Ministry of Defense, he couldn't account for rights that were being given to the military people that were taking most of the rights. He couldn't account for none of those. So it was now, and he moved. Most of what he said was that, do you want war in this country? Do you want to know how the army procure things? Do you want to know these things? You're right.
I remember that it was in True FM.
Mr. Russell.
Yes. You were blasting John Molu.
It was quick. Yeah, it was. I just tried to set these things out on the because at the time, what he did, you were even using, and this is a sad time for the country. You were using because he had a liquor store called Monrovia Liquor Store, right in Cinco there on the 7th Street. What he would do, he would use the Ministry of Defense to bring product for the Monrovia Liquor Store. He will pay no taxes on it whatsoever and say that this container are meant for the military. they bust into that, and he went to court on that. He and the Minister of Finance, then James Scotty was the Deputy Minister for Revenue. He was owing the Liberian government almost $200,000 in evading taxes. So it's a problem we have. Other folks we malicious the news, government institution like the military or the security institution to corrupt the system. It's wrong.
Pewee.
Where we have to, I mean, it's just some of the things, but yeah.
Pewee, I've seen Mr. Kamara. I don't know why he's not coming on, because 2 days ago he was talking about the successes of this government, people being paid on time and salaries up to date and all that. When you hear what we're talking here, but Mr. Russell, in the beginning of this administration, they said they took over thousands and thousands of ghost names from the payroll. In Nima alone, they took about 700 names from ghost payroll. And then on Thursday, the superintendent of, I think, Nima says the education department, they have over 1,000 ghosts that can show up. Is that why they call that ghost? They go, then they come back, nobody sees them. He said after they still were clean, and then on Thursday, boom, 1,200 ghosts show up again. What can we do when, I mean, the money that's supposed to go to payroll, that's supposed to go to these people, have been siphoned, have been stolen by other means, ghost names. Those names, 1,200 payroll. Those we talk about money that could have gone to the average person to at least, if you're not paying them much, but pay them on time. But 7 months in arrears, then to go find out 1,200 ghost name shows up. Somebody is being paid in the absence of actual bodies there, and then those who are working are not being paid. I know you are a system guy. How can we fix this thing?
Of course, we can fix it, and we should. We know that this government inherited a bloated, dysfunctional payroll system, where they put in now the harmonization process that they put forth. That was good. I mean, considering where things were.
It was not bloated and dysfunctional. That's not true. That's not true. If this government said that, communicated that to you, you want to believe that is not true. It was not bloated and dysfunctional. You have to see the variance first as to what was the payroll before this government came in, and the number of people the past government there with. It was not bloated and dysfunctional. It was functional, very functional. Yeah, they added some people on the payroll, but it was functional. I just thought to give that clarification.
So, as I was saying, to all of the folks out there listening and watching this, this government, the Boyka-led administration, inherited a payroll system that was bloated, included a lot of names of CDC partisans. They were trying to place folks in so many different places, many of whom did not have the qualification for a lot of those jobs that they were given. And so it was a very difficult thing to address. I mean, the sort of issues that they inherited, and they tried to address it as best as they could. We are where we are, and I think what are the problems, Mr. Gilman, is this whole idea. I know we talk about it in so many different ways and so many different angles. We talk about this, but impunity is an albatross around. It's like an albatross around the neck of the national government or the republic. And I think that the way we can fix this system, and most every system in the country, is that if to find perpetrators, we punish them. We let them face the full weight of the law, and that's not part of what is happening. So even if you were to put a system in place You know, I work. Let's just give you a quick story. So I work for the U.S. government on a major project in Liberia. We had a pretty tight-knit system there, but people that the lowest paid person there who's working for us made $500 US a month. The lowest paid person was making $500 US a month, and still there were guys there, there were folks there, and young people too, for that matter, which was very discouraging to me. From the University of Liberia and other places, we had day laborers who used to come in and get paid like $1 a day or something like that, and those guys still found a way to be taking money from those poor people who are coming in there at our fence, and we hire them just for a day, and you come every other day to give opportunity to others there to work. Those guys who are making, and that guy, the one, I'm talking about, making like $800 a month. But those people who are making $1 as a day labor to fetch and bring in water into our compound, they still found a way to scam those folks and say, okay, if you want to get your name on the list to be called to come in, you need to give me 25 cents. So he was collecting 25 cents on each person, and we'll find out. When I found that out, we'll fire him. I mean, zero tolerance for stuff like that. But that's how endemic corruption is in the country. It's not at the government level, it's across the board. But the key is that it doesn't matter how strong the system is, how robust the system is, how functional the system is. If we are not holding people accountable, and if we're not, prosecuting people for wrongdoing, this is going to continue.
Kroma, this new government came in. They said they accused the previous government of bloating the payroll, even though the number doesn't add up. Because from what we understand, when the Unity Party government left, they had 70,000 folks on the payroll. When George Weah left, they had 68,000 people on the payroll. So actually, there was a decrease of 2,000. So while they got there, they laid off about 800 folks from the EPS. They cut all over the place. And Nima County, I think Nima County or Bon County, one of the guys, the superintendent was saying they called 500, but then the audit showed now that they took 500 off the payroll, and over 1,200 shows up again. So is there addition by subtraction? What kind of corruption is that?
Look, Mr. Given, before I come to a question, I just want, maybe you can give me quick feedback. Can you work somewhere and you had a contract agreement with maybe the company or the institution to be paid a specific amount, and at the end of the month, for you to get paid, and they don't pay you for 1 month, and you still continue on the job, 2 months, 3 months, 4 months, 5 months, up to 6 months or 7 months. Can you do that, Mr. Gaiman?
Well, to be very frank with you, in a country where everything, your manlyhood, your ethics, your self-esteem depends on going to work, sometimes the folks would do it. I wouldn't do it if I had it, because here I got choices.
The only way you're not doing it if you have option on other jobs.
That's what I'm saying. If you have an option, I can't do it.
So that's why I know you always buy local kind of things. So I want to ask you.
No. Reasonable person. You don't have a job, you resign.
No, but let me ask you now. So if you
say, I'm coming. Your statement not only absurd but very discomforting. Will you take on a job? Will you leave a job if you don't have one?
But what am I doing to a job or not getting paid? That's the question.
I better be on there. They will pay me until I leave. I don't have a job.
Really?
It's just
so. What's the essence of me getting a job?
Listen, I will stay on the job. If you don't fire me, I will stay on the job and compare you to pay me. I rather tell you to call that you pay me. But what do I resign a job?
So what you'll be eating? What you'll be eating?
It's not an issue. Listen, the point there is I will not resign a job if I don't have one. It doesn't make sense.
Well, you gotta be innovative. That's why you say you educated man, right?
No, that's why if I don't have one, I wouldn't leave on the job. That's what I'm saying for them.
That's why we can't understand about liberal education.
No. It's not about liberal education. You expect to do the job.
I come in as Sylvester. Not only liberal education.
Somebody, can you flag Abu statement there, please? Let me laugh a little bit.
So the basic line is if
let me go for
if they have more job opportunity, I'm resigning and leave. That's for them. I'm talking about if I don't have a job, I have a job, then I will leave on the job.
So you say
leave? No, they will leave it.
You're probably saying Sylvester.
Yeah, I'm happy to leave.
If you are in Liberia and you are found in a situation, you stay there. No matter what happens, you stay
there. If I'm in a situation, and
you get involved into ethical activities.
Your definition on ethical activity is now something that's only up. I don't know if they are indulging into those things. I don't know if they are indulging into ethical activities.
Listen,
I don't know. I wouldn't get into ethical activities.
Mr. Jeru, to answer your question, this is a sad, a wicked act that is going on in Liberia.
We all agree.
This should be contained, and just see, the difference in terms of people that are in our position. I think somebody is on mute there.
Yeah, guys, if you're not talking, please mute. Yeah, go ahead.
Just look at the difference between people that are in her position.
We got 15 more. We got 15 more minutes. Let's go ahead.
Okay, so see the difference between people. You just talk about the finance minister statement. So look, guys, they come to the public, and I remember, the explanation you just gave, and that is part of the reason they even invited the former minister of state, now Senator for Mangeo. They said he, asked some people name on the list, and then you are giving them more money. And out of that, they invited him to LACC. We don't even know the outcome of that investigation. We don't know, and then Kafon came in and said no civil servant would take below $150 or $100. And now you have people at the internal ministry complaining that they're supposed to be paid $80, $90. 7 months, you've not been able to pay them. And this is not only the government. Just yesterday, there's a guy called Mr. Raw. He was a managing director for Spoon FM. When he resigned, he used to work recently with Punch FM. When he resigned, he was running a YouTube video now. This guy posted a bulk of the radio station in Liberia. They've not been able to pay their employees. And how much they pay those guys? $75, $50. And then the guy came up to talk about it. They bought data for the journalists to come and attack this guy on Facebook. This is wrong. You can't treat people like this. And when you do this, people say, you don't get a job. You got to. When you go to school, Sylvester, let me tell you this. When you go to school, you have a degree. You got to be innovative. When you apply for a job that don't pay you, be innovative and apply for another one and leave that job. They see when you get a fine when you get another one like that. But 1 month, I work for you, you not pay me, I will resign. Then talk about 6 months, 7 months, 8 months. Then you say, I get nothing to do, I will just stay there. And then when you stay there, how you pay your way to go to work? That's the question I want to ask you. How you pay your student school fees? How you feed your family? Knowing fully well your source of income is that job that you depend on. You sign a contract that look at the end of the month, this is what, and you already plan your budget at the end of the month based on that salary. And then somebody owe you for 7 months. Then you say you're not getting nothing. What the essence of you getting a job if you're not being paid?
Thank you.
Quickly, Siddiqui, I agree. I tend to see from where you basically coming from, right? But let's get back to the very country we say here. And let me remind you and all of us that the government of the Republic of Liberia is the biggest employer in the country. That is undisputed. The government is the most biggest employer in the country. Jobs opportunities are very hard to come by in Liberia. Very, very, very difficult. And listen, I'm not trying to put them in my individual shoes. No. But I'm thinking on where they found themselves and the society we find ourselves in. If they got a job, for instance, someone is secretary to this or administrative assistant somewhere, and he taking maybe $200 a month. He haven't been paid for 5-6 months. He's trying to work through the system to see his pay should come over to him. The problem there is if he were to resign, probably will take the next 6, 7, 8 years or so, maybe there'll be no more job availability. And that's what the problem. We don't have opportunity for job. The private sector is not viable. We don't have a vibrant private sector that you can say, hey, someone will not treat me. I said, well, hey, I will go and find this job somewhere. The viability of the private sector is terrible. There's no opportunity. So the only opportunity of job creation is with the government itself. Russell was just saying something here about CDC bloating up the payroll and dysfunctional payroll and all those things. And thank you, Gimme, for saying the numbers that came and number they inherited and number they have now. I want Russell to take some time and just go back to the government and see the number of people they have now on the payroll. Since they took office a year, almost 15, 16 months ago, they hired in the civil service structure more than 7,900 individuals they put on the payroll. Do you know about the reason why there's a serious challenge of meeting the commitment of the Minister of Finance that no civil servant will be paid $100 US? It's because they went on, they got a balloon payroll structure now. They increased the wage bill from the level we brought it down, the way I'm brought it down from $23 million, they now took it back to almost $27 million every month. That's the wage bill per month. So the problem is not that, and I agree, everyone will have their own side of government. They will want to serve as public relation agent for the government, what have you. But I want you to take some time and go and see the payroll now, currently what is done to the payroll. You said they bloated, but therefore it's a balloon process. No, your public relation process for them to say, oh, they poor bloated, and it was never dysfunctional. A dysfunctional process would not come, then they started taking pay and making commitment. They inherited a budget system that was surgically in place in terms of the financial system of our country. They inherited this, and they came and made commitment even that there will be nobody taking this. That commitment was made by the former president and they were trying to put into place during the election year. They took over 7,800 to 900 persons, thereby being added to the payroll. That is excluding other private enterprises, for instance, the FPRC, the Freeport, the NASCO, and other private enterprises we have in the country. They are breaking the bureaucracy. They brought a civil service chief that is saying that you're going to clean up, you're going to do it. They're going nowhere. Their own rumble is now rumblizing them and exposing most of those things that are unfolding. So for me, this is not theatric, no. And we shouldn't be theatrical in terms of our approach toward this thing as we move to this thing. This is a realistic thing that is doing. They are harming themselves, and you cannot always shift the blame to the former government. No, it's past. You came to change things. Even granted that you said it was a bloated thing, but you super blow it up. The balloon was this 100 behind, you not blow it up to the level. It's not even a balloon now. It's not a balloon. It's something that I don't know how to call it. But then all of a sudden, say, my dear brother Sidiki, the unfortunate thing here is about our people don't have means of jobs. We don't have a vibrant, viable, and efficient private sector that will create jobs for people to say, okay, if you don't pay me to hell with your institution, I will move forward. No. The station in the process is due to government, is the holistic biggest employer in the country. If the government is not doing that, it hampers you moving forward. It's a difficulty. Most of our intellectual brothers, you send them to a attach center. You don't think they want job, my dear brother? Those are not even unemployed. You don't think they want job? They have sent their CVs in all institutions, private institutions, but they will work. And the corporate will have to reduce themselves to mere bakers to survive. It's a difficult thing because of irresponsible government creating a lot of good opportunities. Opportunities for our people. That's just the problem.
Gentlemen, we got 6 minutes here. But Pewee, to your point, even in the private sector, right? We're seeing all the newspaper articles where places like Metal Steel, government official had to recommend you to even get job in the private sector. The government, you got to have letter from the how do you call it? The pro temp.
I'm not cutting on my brother, you continue just now. Even the LRA currently, the LRA have been struggling for the past 6 months to meet a mandate projection because of lack of innovation from the structure of other part of the holistic spending of the government. The past months, they've been lacking behind to meet their mandate projection. We had a problem. and that have not been exposed yet. There's a problem. There's a serious problem. I don't know if time will come, they may not even pay because they are bloating the payroll. Time may come, they will start.
Pew, are you sure of your information?
Oh yes, when I man, what I call him asking the
because I talk to him almost twice every week.
Honest, so you call him asking for the past 4 months. Have you been meeting your Monday target? He will tell you. You will call me.
In terms of revenue collection.
Yes.
All right. I want you to call me. I want you to call me and let me know. I will ask that question even now while we're on this show.
I was very sure he had not been meeting the target.
We got 5 minutes.
We're shipping the blame. We're shipping the blame on the lack of coordination from the Ministry of Finance.
Look, Mr. Kroma, you got 1 minute to do your closing so we can close down.
Yeah, so here's the thing. For me,
I say 1 minute. I didn't say 1 hour.
When you say 1 minute, give me a chance. You already 30 seconds.
Mr. Russell, why are you laughing, my man?
Yeah, but
I know the mayor. They know when you start talking, he will talk. He say, in closing. That's a no 2 minute. Go ahead.
But you already tell the whole 1 minute now. The whole 1 minute video. So, but here's the thing, Mr. Game, to solve this thing in my mind, and so first I'm not blaming people, the victims or the people who work or the saver center. I'm not blaming, the people's, because I know, they are just victims of, bad leadership. But for me, I think the best way to solve this thing is the first thing. I listen to Mr. Gongloe talking about. You don't even want to talk about the legislators, and I understand. Sometimes people, we only look at the legislators, the money they take in, the benefit, but we forget about the executive. Justice Joseph Walker budget $1 million in his budget, executive. And look at Vice President Kuhn, Jeremiah Kuhn, look at his budget. And look at some of the people they appoint. So these are things that I think we can cut down and then try to increase the people the finance minister promised that they're going to increase their salary, that they have not been able to increase their salary. But they are not doing that. And sometimes, yes, the lawmakers, they are part of the problems, but the executive, should set the standard. The executive should be the number one, that will say, what, we are bringing our budget down, for example. But they didn't do that. They came to power, they said they are coming to rescue everything the CDC did. The same budget allotment, they continue with the same thing. What's the change? Then when you talk, they say, oh, it's the day that about. At the end of the day, as I was saying, and there's this guy, I will close on there, Mr. Gibbon. There is this guy here. He's a CEO of the African Leadership University. And this is what the guy said. He said, most of the time, we hear people say, oh, I get degree. He said, but if you get degree, what are you doing with the degree? What are you doing? So is it just to say that over a resume, just be applying for a job? You got to be an innovator when you have a degree. So when you apply for a job, you're not getting something. Be innovative, create something for yourself. You can create a business. You can create a business. Well, you're not going to get appointment job and other stuff. You get a lot of people when you come with ideas, even kind of closing argument. Once it's an idea that can make money, people will support it. But again, people are not open up to those kind of things there. But at the end of the day, we just have to say, oh, I don't get anything to do, so I will stay here. They owe me 8 months. I will just stay here, and then I will involve myself into illegal or ethical activities. At the end of the day, things just spark up. And everywhere you see corruption in different agencies. But it's a sad situation. Thank you so much. Great show. Thank you.
Thank you for Rwanda. Keeping your light on. Mr. Russell.
When you go, you job our people.
You can't keep your own light on fire before you create your.
I think this is not that complicated, right? I mean, we all have said this. A lot of other people who are much smarter than I am have said it. That it's not rocket science. We need to create jobs. We need to build the private sector. We need to incentivize people coming in and creating jobs and opening companies and businesses and all of that. I mean, that's the only way we're gonna get out of this mess. Now all of these folks that were brought on by the CDC and bloated the the wage bill, it's going to be very difficult to get these folks out. But what we can do is come up with a very streamlined, efficient process to try to weed folks out and ensure that they're doing what they were hired to do. Because if you go around, I just came from Liberia, as Tomalin said. There are a lot of lottering people, people sitting around. They're not doing anything. So we need a streamlined process there to try to get folks out. There were like 2-3 persons doing one job, and if you go around government agencies and ministries, and you see people on their phone, watching movies and on Facebook and all of that, and this is what happened when you have a bloated workforce. Thanks to the CDC for doing all of this, but gradually we're going to get to that. But the number one solution is to create jobs and to build the private sector. Is to empower the private sector. Is to incentivize people to open companies and businesses.
I love my brother P. I love my brother Russell. Today is Free Friday, so we kind of flow. You see, he sounded more like Abu Kamara today. He said, thanks to the CDC, those 500 jobs that were caught in Nima, but then 1,200 show up again. That CDC.
Yes, the problem.
Do your closing, P. We answer in your closing.
Yes, I would say it's quite unfortunate on a serious note. If Russell will allege that the payroll was bloated, then people came, they super bloated. If you put it that way, then even they found it difficult now to pay their own people. It is unfortunate. It is increasingly unfortunate. But again, that's the system we find ourselves. And the problem here is now that listen. And the difficult thing that any administration, and that's one of the reasons why the Liberian people are going to take a bold step. They're going to hold the bull by the horn this time and be more aggressive in taking some very strong and firm decision in emancipating the country in terms of our political landscape. If you were to come and commit yourself to the point that nobody in the country will make on $100, Mr. Russell, I thought you would have just said to us that nobody, but you bypassed that and sadly attributed the fault on the past government that you defeated on the basis of you coming to transform the country via your so-called agenda, arrest agenda, right? You came out, you say, okay, we're going to cut the budget, you're going to cut that $1 billion. Now, there's no wishful thinking here. But some of us sat on the corner and say, hey, with that kind of a way you push it far from you having the problem. going to do that. Now, there's problem now in the LRA in terms of collecting her projection. And I'm not saying this to you. I just got the information 2 days ago. And I'm saying this to you seriously, my own big brother, Kehleboe here. Call your best friend. He will tell you this. I'm not lying to you. They passed, you know what they're doing now? They are attributing the problem to the Ministry of Finance. The Ministry of Finance is not putting into place creative measure for them to reach their target. For the past 3 to 4 months, they've been falling far below the targeted projection to be collected in the country. Now, I pray that they will have to re-engage, re-strategize, and deploy some kind of a mechanism that will bring our revenue generation process back on course and even move so that we can hit our projected amount or even go to the vision of this Double Jala. I love Double Jala. He's a very brilliant man, right? These are the kind of people we love to see. He's not only a brilliant man, he's a man of integrity. I believe in his tenacity. He's a very extraordinary creative individual. But the problem currently we face, that's the problem we have. And part of the reason why we have is we cannot collect the money. Those people you brought to increase the payroll, you will not pay them soon. And I don't know how you know, even getting $3,000 to be buying fuel for generator. So those that are paying those that are paying this, those that are paying that. So end here tonight. The country is a country that we all love, but the problem is that we have to put into place those measures that are required of us to push the country forward. I agree. People should not be in a job and they are not paid. They should walk away. But there are fewer opportunities to get a job. There are fewer opportunities to be innovative. I will hope, I listen to my own dear brother here. I will hope that let me put it back to you. When we all in the country, when it's time to talk, what kind of innovation will you put into place? Listen, for the concept to be vibrant, I know that young people have to be talented in endorsing into different kind of a situation. And that's my thought process also by going back home to see how I can go be innovative, right? But most of the folks to be innovative, you need some capital to put in some areas to start to turn the weeds before you get back on your foot. I mean, but to be quickly in a few seconds, to be where you are taking pay, and they're not paying you, then you say, you just come home to them, even if you are married, look at your website, Daddy, I won't leave that job. She was looking your face and she said, is my husband okay? Is he okay? But it's better for you to be on the job, then they're ready to pay, they will pay some, then it's going to be going on. It's unfortunate though, but they don't have option, my brother. Thank you very much again, and thank you, and good night to everybody. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Kehleboe, we got 3 minutes left. Where you at?
Okay, we told you to friend to confirm what I said.
Okay. Well, ladies and gentlemen, talking about
Tomalin, I'm close here.
Tell me that. Yeah, go ahead, Chief.
Yeah, we're closing. Okay, so guys, I want to say first of all, great conversation. We had a great conversation tonight. We enjoy it. People enjoy it. We have fun. We discuss about everything we discussed from the Barbados, the historical aspect of Liberia. We had a great time. We appreciate that. Good. And also, but I will say this. Let me say happy birthday to our sister, Sis Kadi Coleman Port. Today's her birthday. She's in Liberia. She's in Kadi restaurant in obviously SKD complex. One of the strong support of the closing argument. Sis Kadi, happy birthday from all of us at the closing argument. And also tomorrow, our own brother Peabody, his oldest child, his first child, will be graduating from college tomorrow. And Peabody should be coming from college tomorrow with a bachelor's degree, and we will be there because but the celebration will actually be on the 21st of May. But tomorrow, upon the graduation, yes, we're somewhere at the house just to celebrate their family, and that's a big deal when your first child is graduating from college. It's a big deal. Very.
We will be on the 21st program.
Yeah. So we'll be there tomorrow, represent. I mean, to make sure we all support him, put our hands around him, but again, on Monday again, Monday will be the speaker will be making an announcement on Monday. It will be a major press conference. We'll be there too, and then on Tuesday the legislature will return to session.
Is he going to resign?
Well, with the money. Then on.
But you signed a definitive yesterday. Why? I said
if I was going to end by Monday, I said it. I stand by it, but with the Monday. Okay.
The man signed a child, Gange Taylor, and said, he said, read my book.
You know what? Oh yeah. Also, happy birthday for our friend George Lobo. Today is birthday. Happy birthday, George Lobo.
That's why he's a Calabar enjoying.
The man Calabar well now.
Lobo come for you.
He was on the chair there. They be singing Joseph Bagasso.
At least we thank God for TCA. Our staff get paid. They got paid today. And I think our staff get paid more than the people said.
Oh yeah.
Our boss get paid more than what the guys are making. So
that's right.
To the extent where journalists are asking us, right? They come in my inbox every day. They say the gentleman wear our name. Because you know what happened nowadays? When you wear, depending on wearing a certain institution brand, through that brand, you'll be recognized. So I told that guy, I said, no, we want to wear our brand for free. He said, no, just give me wear your brand, please. We don't want to be going there. Because when we go to the press conferences there, they got again. When I enter, they get recognized and straight. So, that's good. Our boys there keep on doing the hard work. As we say again, when I was top correspondent of something lost his father, and he's tomorrow, I think. But Lofa people, they get launch ceremony. They care about it, they have deposited about it in Lofa. They come back to Morocco and have a meeting. She's talking from America. They'll have that meeting before they decide. I know I culture people I know, but they're burying that right now. So he come back to Morocco tomorrow.
No, but it's just obvious that the body will be in
Lofa now.
Pewee, the man we're talking, who get long body than by some people? I see.
No, the reason why they may even delay Lofa, the reason why they would delay, they because got other relatives here trying to prepare for time.
Pewee, nobody said everybody more than Baza. But he knows.
Sorry, Baza Bo. Now they're gonna Baza from.
The Bible, they got it. They got the devastation of the mat.
Yeah. What are you gonna do? What are you gonna do, gentlemen? What are you gonna do? By the time they say when the person die, right? They will cry. Trying to get to the person play when they get to the house. Oh, is that said, you crowd it down. And then when they cry, so no check I'm gonna out.
No.
People go cry for that. Whoa, for that. When put that, I dry. After a few minutes, they bring a kabashola.
My man, let me close. I gotta go do my thing.
Great weekend. And I want to say, have a nice weekend and God bless you, man. Thank
Great. Mr. Gongloe, let's go.
All right, Gongloe. I don't know. Gimmick can pronounce my name today.
Gongloe, let's go, my brother Gongloe.
All right, so Pewee, I will speak to you on Monday.
Not Pewee. It needs Pewee.
Pewee.
There you go.
He always coming Pewee.
Where I have one friend.
Go ahead.
The guy, I think he lives in Minnesota. He's Pewee. So listen, I will talk to you after the show. To confirm your revenue collection shortfall, okay?
Yeah, it's confirmed.
No, not to confirm, but to talk to you about it.
Yeah, it's confirmed.
It's confirmed that.
I
sent my text messages and I got some text by, but we'll talk about it.
Yeah, it's confirmed for the past 5 months.
Is on course. I think he's on course to collect up to almost $1 billion this
year. They are not meeting their Monday targets. 5 months.
Let's watch it.
5 months, they are not meeting their Monday targets.
Yeah, what I want to say, as a closing good show, I know we're all over the place talking just about anything that comes to our mind. I was not listening to the show at the beginning. I don't know if you guys talk about the developing story from the Liberia Medical Council, Medical and Dental Council that you guys talk about.
When you come to Cloud Lake, that's what you do. We talk about it lengthily.
So for me, I think we need to go follow them down maybe on Monday to discuss that very seriously, because if you read the front page Africa story,
the editorial,
the vice president of the Republic of Liberia is linked to this. When Hero Costa spoke in 2023 and talked about the vice president being linked to human parts harvesting, that hospital was linked to it. And I think that doctor,
that's a grave accusation.
That doctor.
Let him make accusation. Go ahead.
This is Kehleboe Gongloe. This is not the closing argument.
No.
There are pieces of information that come out for, and there's serious information about the doctor involvement in some of those allegations. So, and if this doctor is not arrested and interrogated by the security forces, then I will lean on the suspicion that the vice president is involved in a cover-up. Because I believe if the doctor is arrested and put in jail and interrogated, he may spill out the beans on other issues. That's what I want to strongly believe. But if the guy escaped the country, then someone in higher places are asking to escape the country.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for tuning in. I look at Mr. Abu Kamara here.
Let me say something. Because what you say, what I love to do, I love to investigate. The issue about that doctor, Kehleboe, I investigated today, right? That doctor working in Maryland at the palm company there. For that, he want to gun
from the investigation, it was written. It's written.
Yeah, but what is it about Kehleboe?
It's written in a clarification from who office, not investigation. No, but I don't say investigation because it's not somebody wrote already.
Let me frank now, but honestly, I know, right? This doctor, he was able to go. He was able to go through all the system in Liberia. He went to Maryland, he went to Ganta, Bapolu, and to the extent where you got senators, Senator Amara Connor, they all know about this doctor, and Boto Connor, who were rolling. She was rolling at the people's office to pay for the doctor. Okay, says the doctor performed surgeries in the area. Everybody loving the citizens, all loving it and so forth. So that was. So I don't think it's fair. But when you come as accused, Kehleboe, it's just not fair. It'll be fair because no evidence about what we're saying. I tried to find out. They found this out too about this hospital and everything. But the doctor, there's no evidence why we saw that he did anything. I mean, like this went to the hospital that was linked to the VP. So that'd be frank. All
those that die at Jeremiah Kun Hospital die as a result of medical malpractice.
Anyway,
yes, a man without a credential.
No, but You be fair to the VP. Let me fair now. Let's set the record straight. There's no evidence that what he's saying to prove it. See?
I can prove that people lost their lives after surgery. I can prove that. That one.
You want to go to he became president of the Liberia Medical. I mean, how did that
doesn't matter? He became president of the Liberia Medical Council.
He's a criminal.
Exactly. The system. But then you want to link it to one person? All the persons saying one
criminal.
All the people you work with him. Anyway.
He's a criminal. And he had a partner in the crime. And the partner in the crime is in higher place and we're protecting him.
So all the time you were there before they got making the power. So the other people that are protecting him. They protected.
At least it took Dr. Benito Andrew. It took Dr. Benito Andrew to foreigners to catch him.
What Jamal need always attached to bad things in the government? Wow.
Somebody accuse you. Somebody say you let a friend man. They put it on you. What's wrong here? How you feel? Hey, run behind what I want. If we see that one, they see that one, right?
Yeah, but Jamal Jana Koji, you know the same way Koji are looking CDC government. And then something happening in the government that Jamal.
Okay, guys. Somebody from the government want to respond to Kehleboe. You don't touch a lot of nerve. Your name, where you calling from?
That restart the show. I'm ready.
Yeah.
This is Kamara. I'm going straight to call because
I thought I serious.
Mr. Kehleboe, his brother to defeated Kehleboe Gongloe, where he always speak out loud against the past president. Agree that this doctor, the quote-unquote doctor.
Ben Sanvee, you want to talk? Come on the show. Ben Sanvee, come and debate me. I know who is your friend. Let's debate the issue, man.
Jeremiah owns the hospital. But again, Jeremiah is not the one who running the affairs of the hospital. He has to do recruitment. He doesn't have time to do lesson verification. So it's unfortunate, Mr. Kehleboe, that when he comes on the show, we make an outlandish accusation against the vice president. Please, from. Thank you, Mr. Kehleboe.
So, Abu, you are the vice president?
Mr. Kehleboe, question. Ask Ben Sanvee whether Ben Sanvee is working the vice president too. Ben Sanvee
is listen. According to what's all be closed now, soon Kehleboe made that remark. Tomalin George came from retirement. He had closed. He was gone. He came back. Look, Ben Sanvee was sleeping. Ben Sanvee was sleeping. So soon they mentioned the vice president is a looker. You see, there's something about the vice president.
Kehleboe say that Ben Sanvee friend.
The issue now because there are several other things. I've followed Martin Colley post. I've seen many of the comments from Martin Colley post. I've spoken to the president of the Liberia Medical and Dental Council. Let's go into this debate now. Ben, come on the show. Let's talk public. And we extend the show by 30 minutes.
Hey.
I gotta go. I got another call coming up. I got another call.
Okay, listen. Ben Sanvee and Honorable George, we're gonna have a WWE no holds bar, 2 against 1. Kehleboe is ready to debate you anywhere, anytime, anywhere. So.
Look, for me, I also stand here that to make this kind of a wild accusation without evidence, that's the problem.
Listen, now it's gonna be a tag team.
Pewee, I'm not the first to talk about this allegation.
I'm not saying you're not the first, but if you,
wait. You know, if you call Costa right now,
Costa said he regret whatsoever. I don't know. I don't
right now. Do you know that?
Where he regretted if he said that right now. All I remember there is a video to that. I remember
that's what he's saying right now. Do you know that, right?
I don't remember the other video, whether he said he regret. I don't have that. I have the video when he made a statement. I have that video.
So come on. It is on the basis of that loose statement from Costa that you also saying yours?
Oh, you said Costa.
It was political thing, yeah. And he said he regret.
I don't know whether he said he regret.
He said the vice president is a good man, other thing. So So that
I
man,
mean, man, the man drink woman. Forget about it.
Kehleboe, Kehleboe, why you say Kamara is not a serious man? Why you say that?
Yeah, man. Man, I'm not doing that, man.
I can't respond to Kamara.
Kamara, serious man.
No. On a serious note, these are wild accusations. You can even go to court for it. You can prove you be held liable for it. Because to sell him apart, that is it's a
that is why. Listen, this is why
I come on, Mr. Gongloe, and you said that hospital is linked to selling him apart.
Wow.
This is what Henry Costa said.
No, but I don't want you to base on that. When you go to court and use Henry Costa as a means of attacking that,
when
you use Henry Costa's statement,
I'm trying to Costa now. He's not happy with you tonight, right? He's saying he's not happy with you right now.
Listen, Pewee. One quick question. You think the vice president would want to sue Gongloe so Gongloe can put him on the stand and ask you?
No. The problem here is, and that's why I said Gongloe, Kehleboe love to come up with this kind of outlandish and controversial statement, right? But to come out and be this, because this is grave. Right, to come out and say, and you are now not saying anything about you using Costa's statement.
This man,
Costa's statement was not Costa's statement. It was just a political attack.
That's all the question was.
No iota of evidence produced by Costa saying this against the vice president. I mean,
Sylvester, when Costa made a statement, did he ask Costa for evidence?
No.
Who? Listen, when Costa said this, and I will say what I'm saying here just now. When Costa said at the time, the first that I heard it, I just thought one of those loose political attack against someone on the basis of political process on 40 at a time, right? That's what I believe. I didn't take that seriously that it was realistic. On a serious note, I thought Costa was just going after them at the time because he was angry, and an angry man can be bitter and say a lot of things, right? Right? So he was angry, and he said it. That's his own statement.
Yeah, but can we have evidence on it?
Evidence by his own statement. He was asking recently. He said, "No, the Bible is a good man." Politically, during the heat of the campaign, there are a lot of political misery that can unfold sometimes, and those are not meant to say these are things people understand at the time of political period. So Costa was just attacking his political adversary. But now, for Kehleboe to come and say that hospital is linked to setting him apart, and the vice president is linked.
That's his hospital. That's the
you need to I'm not
asset declaration.
I'm not sorry. I don't intend to be one. But this accusation on your part, Mr. Gongloe, trust me, sometimes you have to. I will hope you retract this statement in soon, but you overlook some of these things, and people are not going to quote in Liberia and be held.
Yeah,
this kind of a statement that will impute on people's repetition. Right? People are not going to quote and be held live.
You're making us a Google scare.
The day he left, before he looked, there's a lawsuit of $1.5 million. When I walk out, you're not going to be
I'm going to Liberia this summer. As soon as school closes in June, I already purchased my ticket. July, I'll be learning more.
July, what?
I'll be more in July.
Anyway, when we get there, I'll say, Kehleboe, the guy.
You are saying Moravia will not even meet because I'll be on my farm.
I got farm. Where we here? I'm in my farm.
Oh, very farm. Listen, we're coming east of the Pico. We're coming over there.
Come my farm, Kehleboe.
Kehleboe, yeah, I will. Kehleboe, where you have your farm?
In Mount Bagley.
Oh, but now
my farm is in Doing on Bazaar Highway. Doing.
What do you have there?
Eh?
What do you have on your farm?
I have a cassava, rice, and different produce there.
That man got no farm, man.
I'm not speaking.
Huh?
I mean, you got no pig, no goat, no cow on your farm. Where the farm is that?
No, I mean, I'll put it there, but right now I'm going food, man.
Can I go to make them steal your goat? They make them steal your meat.
They put the things in there. The people can
I
get
don't
it.
have goats. I have
The
cow.
possible body, get it in slow and kill. You can get it for slow and kill it. They're possible wicked.
How many cow you got?
They get it for slow and the animal slow, the animal die. That's possible we can do.
Kehleboe, how many cow you got?
I have 5.
How many pigs?
Tell me, George.
I think now I have.
You see what Kamara said that last thing? You're gonna be careful with these guys.
You 200?
Lord, get me talking.
You saw what Abu Kamara said? Abu Kamara said recording people. You see that?
Oh, but you had other people too in the 200s?
Yeah, I have about 9 pigs are pregnant now.
Pewee, you see what the man said here? Look, Mr. Gongloe, I recorded you. So this man recording people. I told you, this man is a spy. You see that?
But it's on the show. They show his hand.
The reason why I come on the show, there's one reason, because it's airing Nima directly. If this show is not airing Nima, I will not come here.
Let me say something. The reason why, let's be yesterday, right? Kehleboe News, and you go to court, Kehleboe will say walk, because Kehleboe say according to Costa.
That's right.
Right, so
I'm telling you now, because I don't happy what you say right now.
So Kehleboe, you see Costa now, Costa is a collateral.
I try to Costa right now, you're not happy.
Costa made history and people quoting him.
Oh, I come in. Wow, Costa not be happy. Costa said it. Come on, why you want to be?
And guess what?
You see,
Tomalin George. Follow Tomalin George.
I wouldn't say it because I know very well that it was based on some angle he said. So I wouldn't use him for me personally, but other people want to do that, they can do it.
Mr. Pewee.
Yes, sir.
I would say something. Maybe you would know who said this. Man can't talk. Who said that?
I'm asking
that. Tomalin George. Tomalin George.
Have a good night, man, guys.
Thank you, guys. Make it to all, guys. Make it to all. Okay, guys.
Yeah. After the show on the air, and let's talk.
Okay. All right, I will.
It wasn't liquor talk. Make it to all. Thank you very much. See you tomorrow.